call a zucchini? 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Adelina. Adelina, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful. Adelina, what do British people call zucchini?
It is called courgette.
Courgette, yes.
Yes.
I've never heard of that.
Courgette, I'm not sure. All right, Adelina, hang on a second. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Insurance Atlantic City Boat Show Wednesday through Sunday. This Wednesday through Sunday at the Atlantic City Convention Center. You can get your tickets today at acboatshow.com.
It's a boat show.
It's a boat show. It's a boats. All right. So yesterday, Dancing with the Stars alum Max Chmerkovsky had posted an update to Instagram saying that he had been arrested in Ukraine. I always mess his up.
It's a tough name.
Chmerkovsky
Yeah.
didn't state the reason for his arrest, but he shared that he is currently trying to leave the country. The professional dancer was in Ukraine to film the Ukrainian version of World of Dance. Of his arrest, he said, all good, promise. That was probably the least traumatizing moment in this whole thing as far as Ukraine is concerned. Shortly after sharing his update, he posted on his Instagram stories, I'm really not too good right at this moment. I see videos of people whose legs were torn off minutes ago from the shelling that is going on in Kharkov right now. And I won't post that stuff, but I see all of them, and it's extremely disturbing. Innocent people being killed. Pray this meeting going on right now will make a difference and continue to scream about this effing genocide at the top of your lungs. It's working, and the entire planet is finally getting united about something. F it, show it to the Russians. Later, he shared another update saying, we're headed to Warsaw, hopefully. Train in Lviv was not an option. I'm a big man with nothing but a backpack. It's traumatizing. Currently, I'm in a cabin with 4 adults and 7 kids, ages 2 to 11, which usually is only occupied by a maximum 3 people. There's usually up to 30 people in this particular wagon, and we're told that we have to fit 135.
Wow.
Walkways are packed, people everywhere. It's sweaty and claustrophobic. I continue saying, what finally broke me is when I was watching an 8-ish-year-old boy hysterically crying and not wanting to let go of his father. Verbatim, he said, if you stay, I want to stay too, because if they kill you, I won't be able to help. Oh, that's horrible. Awful. Just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So he's trying to get out, and he's documenting all of it. So there will be more, I'm sure.
Well, you pointed out, I mean, all the cell phones, all the cameras, constantly going. You're seeing this kind of thing, this kind of military urban fighting as you've never seen it before.
Much closer than ever before, and that will continue, yeah. Naya Rivera's family has settled their wrongful death suit nearly 2 years after the Glee star's tragic drowning. Rivera's ex-husband, Ryan Dorsey, filed suit in November 2020 on behalf of their son, Josie, who is now 6 years old. The family's lawyer, Amjad Khan, said in a statement, through this settlement, Josie will receive just compensation for having to endure the drowning of his beloved mother at Lake Piru. Through the tragic loss of Josie's mother, he can... though the tragic loss of Josie's mother can never be overcome, we are pleased that the monetary settlement will significantly assist Joey with his life beyond this tragedy. So Dorsey and Rivera's estate sued Ventura County, California, alleging that Rivera's death was preventable. And Rivera accidentally drowned while taking a boat out on the water with her son on Lake Piru. The lawsuit alleged that the boat she rented did not have proper features and equipment necessary to comply with U.S. Coast Guard safety standards. Suit also cited the lake's deadly history, as Rivera is among more than 24 people who have drowned there since 1959. The court documents claim that there wasn't a single sign anywhere, not at the entrance, at the dock, at the popular swimming area of Diablo Cove, no, not anywhere. Warning of the lake's strong currents, low visibility, high winds, changing water depths, underwater caves, ledges and drop-offs, or the trees, brush, and other debris that congest its waters due to the vastly changing water levels and winds.
So what do we determine, or what did they determine? The child had fallen off the boat or was jumped into the water. She jumped in after.
Got him up on the boat.
Right, but she herself could not get back up.
And then she might have been, I guess,
tired
worn out, wiped out from helping him up. Getting on to climbing up a ladder out of the water. And you know this, Steve.
I know it very
on
well.
A boat is hard to do,
Yeah.
man. It's it's all your body weight. You've been floating. You're buoyant. You feel like you can move around. All of a sudden, you've got to use all your strength to get up. And you've already been swimming around. It can surprise you. It definitely can. We were diving one time. We were scuba diving, and we were coming up the water. The weather had turned, and I come up, and that boat is rocking.
Yes,
and
yeah.
to get onto that ladder,
Jesus.
man. Especially, I had a tank on too, which weighed like 80 pounds or something like that. It was freaking hard.
And it's scary. When you're in the water next to a boat, even if it's a 17-foot runabout, it looks like a skyscraper.
Yep, absolutely. So they ended up getting a settlement. On Monday, Jason Momoa posted photos of himself with Channing Tatum looking very excited to see Zoe Kravitz in the premiere of The Batman. And he wrote, and I don't know what this means. He wrote, Chee-hoo.
Is that Samoan?
It might be. It's spelled Cheeheuu. So I don't know if Chee-hoo is an exclamation or whatever. And he said, Chee-hoo! I must forget. He wrote, Channing Tatum and I are on our way to see our Zozo. He wrote, finally, the Batman premiere. I'm so proud, so beyond proud of you, Zoe. All of my aloha to Adam Weitzman and Dave O'Philly. These are tags. I don't know who Dave O'Philly is.
Yeah.
For making this happen.
It's Hope Solo's butthole.
At the last minute.
The new name.
Maybe he's from Philly. It's spelled Philly. So he said mahalo for the invite.
Don't you think we could be good friends with Jason Momoa?
Very much so. I think we're a lot like him.
Yes.
And I think that we would get along
Just physically.
Swimmingly. We look a lot like him. So I think that alone would make us fast friends.
I really dug Zoe Kravitz's character portrayal.
People are raving about it. She plays Selena Kyle in The Batman.
Yeah, and so it wasn't as comic booky as I thought it was going to be.
Right.
And it just sort of, she wasn't, like purring or anything like that. Yeah. She definitely, her
Does she
character-
crap in a large box?
She does not. Well, I mean, they don't show
don't
that.
show it,
They
yeah.
don't show it. But her character has an affinity for cats and strays. And
Any point, Casey, where she's with Bruce Wayne and goes into another room and you hear,
wait a second.
because that would be her covering over her crap.
That might have been, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, but at least you don't see it.
You don't see it. It would be
It's
disgusting.
implied.
That's cool. Yeah, she's a looker, man. I mean, she's she's already she's done the DC and the MCU because she was also in the XMen.
Yep. Yeah.
Movies as well.
First class.
Oh, that's right. She was the chick with the wings.
Yeah, she was.
I forgot the character's name. Yeah, you're right.
Wing Chick, that was her name.
So Momoa married, of course, Kravitz's mother, Lisa Bonet, in 2017, though the pair publicly announced that they were splitting last month. And while Tatum and Kravitz have never publicly announced that they're in a relationship, people confirm that they are indeed dating. The movie is slated to hit theaters on March 4th, it says here.
Is she the one who's directing Pussy Island? Is that?
I think so.
And so Channing Tatum is in that.
I think you're right about that.
So Chee-hoo, by the way, it's something that The Rock, the character that he plays in the movie Moana, is named Maui. He screams Chee-hoo in that. So it's an island thing. I don't know if it's Hawaiian or Samoan. But there's probably audio of The Rock saying
If you can find that, Marissa, because I'm sure I want to know if he drags it out like like we have here in the studio. That would be awesome. Chee-hoo.
I love it. That's her new thing.
Less than a year after sharing his true self with fans, Colton Underwood is celebrating another personal milestone. The former Bachelor star announced Monday that he and boyfriend John C. Brown are engaged to be married.
I love you.
The proposal, he said, took place shortly after his 30th birthday as the couple were vacationing in Big Sur, California. Underwood told people, I'm extremely happy. 2021 was the most transformative year of my life.
We can prove that a same-sex couple is just as boring as a regular bachelor.
Starting 2022 off with my best friend, teammate, and now fiance is something I never thought was going to be possible. Later on Monday, Underwood shared a sweet snapshot of the pair on his social media accounts, writing, life is going to be fun with you. Brown, by the way, a Los Angeles-based political strategist who worked on former President Barack Obama's 2008 and 2012 campaigns, echoed those sentiments on Instagram, writing, the only time in my life I'm okay with wasting a bottle of champagne. I love you, babe.
I love you.
Underwood came out as gay in a Good Morning America interview that aired last April. His announcement, however, was not without controversy. Hours after the Good Morning America interview aired, Netflix announced plans for Coming Out Colton, a 6-episode series that would document Underwood's journey to living authentically as a gay man.
So this is done, obviously, with his participation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The show, which premiered in December, drew backlash from many in the LGBTQ community, some of whom accused Underwood of monetizing the coming out experience. Others blasted Netflix's decision to seemingly glorify Underwood, who in 2020 was accused of stalking his ex-girlfriend.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Bachelor contestant Cassie Randolph, and was hit with a restraining order. Yeah, I don't like what this guy did. I don't like what he did at all. Going on The Bachelor, I mean, listen, if you know you're gay, you just don't do that.
So do we know he... So
At that time,
he says he
had
was
to have
struggling.
known.
Listen, I don't believe anything anybody's saying here, but but I agree. It seems a little ridiculous. Nick, I did the jump from Wheel of Fortune into
last night?
Bachelor?
Oh, you poor bastard.
Oh my God.
Steve, so many times it's happened to me, and I know the pain.
God. Well, my cat was sitting on my lap, and the remote was...
I get it.
And so...
I get it.
It was, Preston, it's where she's going to family members, to talk about him, and it is so... Like her uncle, who she apparently has a lot of faith in his opinion, this is going to be forever. Really?
None of these.
Do you know the odds that it won't be forever?
So apparently, Steve, in this particular season, there's a drinking game you can play. You guys remember Megan Dedusa? She was in the calendar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
Megan's great. I think it's her birthday today or yesterday.
Aw.
Yeah, so happy birthday, Megan. But she and her husband play this game where you drink every time the Bachelor says, thank you for sharing. So she posted that on her Instagram account not that long ago. And like literally 30 seconds later, just while watching it, she had to drink because the guy said it. So apparently he says that all the freaking time. Thank you for sharing.
Nick, I'm not even watching. Really, I haven't consistently watched it all, but she's like, you guys stepped in. My father couldn't be here. My father couldn't be. And I'm saying to my wife, is it because the father is dead, or what's the story? And so there's like a car pulls up in front, and I go, it's going to be the dad. And sure as hell, it was.
I just want to know, yesterday was Allison Dunlap's birthday. I don't know if it was Megan's birthday or not.
I'll find out.
Oh my God, in those pictures of Allison, she looks amazing.
She does.
Yeah.
She looks so good. She's turned 40.
Another former calendar girl
Yes.
and photographer of many of the
I love
calendars,
her.
yeah.
Well, maybe she'll be on The Bachelor someday. Well, after months of speculation, Underwood confirmed to people in December that he and Brown were dating.
Love you.
Yeah.
Love you.
I love this story. Sunday, Tim McGraw posted a video to Instagram just ahead of the 1883 finale, and he wrote, "This is the last episode, and we had so much fun making the show. My favorite thing was getting to work with my wife, but getting to work alongside Sam Elliott, who's just a legend. Everything that you'd ever think that he was, he lived up to. He was one of the nicest, sweetest guys in the world." And he said, on one particular day, though, I told Sam, I said, "Thanks for doing this and being a part of this, and I just wanted to let you know that I've learned so much from watching you." He just looked at me and he said, "Oh, yeah? Well, I haven't learned an effing thing from you."
Oh, my God. I love that guy.
I do, too. That is the best. He
Do you
said,
remember-
"So thanks, Sam. Enjoyed it."
And this is your jam, Case, right? You love this show?
This is a great show. And
And
Sam
Kathy?
Elliott is amazing.
He is amazing. You think of him, Roadhouse and all this other stuff. But you remember the first time we saw him, Preston? It was in a movie called The Lifeguard, where he was like this. He was the hot male lifeguard on the beach, and he was he was older,
Yeah.
and he was making some life decisions. But from that point till now, he is the seasoned veteran.
Oh, yeah.
Tombstone, all the stuff he's been in, that's been great.
Yep, absolutely. E! News reports that former The Talk co-host Aisha Tyler took Twitter on Sunday to clear up a Daily Mail mishap. The publication shared a photo of Tyler meeting Beyonce and Jay-Z at Mother Wolf in L.A., but they mistakenly identified her as Sasha Obama, former President Barack Obama's daughter. Now, Tyler captioned the photo, "Dear Daily Mail, very much appreciate you mistaking me for the lovely 20-year-old Sasha Obama. I'll assume that was due to my buoyant, youthful appearance and not just messy journalism. So she was having some fun poking at them a bit on that. Oh, this is, all right, here you go. This is my favorite headline of all the stories today.
All right.
Angus Cloud once ate Megan the Stallion sandwich.
Oh.
Oh, you don't do that.
How can we not report on this?
Say that again.
The people, Angus Cloud once ate Megan the Stallion's sandwich. People reports that the Euphoria star, Angus Cloud, accidentally ate Megan the Stallion's sandwich while sitting beside her at Coach's New York Fashion Week show. So apparently, this was this who wrote this? Oh,
Some idiot.
He said, I would just walk around hungry and I see some snacks and stuff. They was like, hey, that's Megan the Stallion sandwich. I was like, OS, my bad. I had to apologize.
Wow.
She was cool about
Does
it.
anyone option this story
No, not yet, Steve. We can jump on this now
for the sandwich?
and get the rights for it. Wow.
Touchstone Pictures,
Oh,
the
my God.
sandwich.
The sandwich. Man.
That's a good sandwich. Dude, it belongs to Megan the Stallion.
You know, Steve, I wanted to write a touchstone picture about this thing that happened to me on Sunday. I paid $10 for a $1 soda, and I didn't realize for another couple of hours that the lady only gave me change as if I paid $5. Oh my God. And I was like, I thought about saying it, and I was like, Steve's going to give me this
I will.
treatment on
I
it.
will have to. It's moving, and yet you prevailed. You triumphed.
I did.
And now you're on a major market morning show.
That's right. Successful.
All right. So this is not the world of entertainment, but this is certainly entertaining, and I had to throw this in here. Long before Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky bravely defended his country from the Russian invasion, he amassed a large following for his portrayal of an unlikely president in a sketch comedy, Servant of the People. The role catapulted Zelensky into Ukrainian superstardom, and in 2016, he recreated one of the show's most memorable bits. It was a 5-minute performance in which he plays the piano with his penis before a live audience of adoring fans. Now, I'm assuming they're just pretending like he was doing that. Clips of Zelensky's 2016 performance went viral over the weekend, where fans were particularly complimentary of his take on the Jewish classic Hava Nagila. Also, according to The Hollywood Reporter, Studio Canal recently confirmed that Vladimir Zelensky did, in fact, voice the Ukrainian versions of Paddington and Paddington 2.
It's pretty wild, huh?
Yeah. Cool. Before becoming president, Zelensky was one of the most popular and successful comedians in the Ukraine.
They called him like a Seinfeld-esque level, at least there.
Yeah,
Press, this is that audio from him playing the piano with his penis.
Wow. Man.
He's good.
He's got to be using his testicles, too.
I would think so, right?
Right.
You can't do that with just one. That note, Disney said on Monday that it is pausing the release of films in Russia, becoming the first Hollywood studio to weigh in publicly on the matter. Warner Brothers, which had vowed to press on with the release of The Batman, reversed course soon after Disney's announcement and said it, too, would enact a pause. Disney said in its statement, given the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and the tragic humanitarian crisis, we are pausing the release of theatrical films in Russia, including the upcoming Turning Red from Pixar. Turning Red was scheduled for release in Russia on March 10th. The Batman was scheduled to arrive in Russia cinemas on Thursday. Warner Media said, we will continue to monitor the situation as it evolves. We hope for a swift and peaceful resolution to this tragedy. How long of the pause for the studios is unclear. Given the marketing runway needed to release films in theaters, Disney's action will almost assuredly affect two other films, however. They are Marvel's Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, scheduled for release on May 5th in Russia, and the animated Bob's Burgers, scheduled for the 26th of May. Warner's upcoming movies include Fantastic Beasts, The Secret of Dumbledore, and DC League of Super Pets.
Do you think the news of the Bob's Burger stall will finally bring them to the table?
I think it'll break the whole thing.
We cannot do this.
To
I
be
want
honest.
to find out how the delightful family with the burger place, how they do.
So we'll see if it has an effect. Marissa grabbed the clip of Chihu.
Oh, excellent.
This is Maui from Moana saying it. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
And then there's another one.
Play it again if you wouldn't mind.
Wait, hang on. Go ahead.
You have another riff on it?
Well, there's another one.
Okay.
Here we go. There you go.
All right, so I'm too literal.
That's pretty close, though. Yeah. Yahoo. Let's see. A couple other quick things, and then we will move on to the clips. Let's go with this. Peacock has handed a series order to Twisted Metal, a comedic half-hour live-action adaptation of the popular video game from Sony Pictures TV, PlayStation Production, and Universal Television. And Anthony Mackie stars and executive produces the project.
That's pretty cool.
It is written and executive produced by Cobra Kai writer Michael Jonathan Smith and Will Arnett and Mark Foreman, who secured the rights on the material and helped put the adaptation together, also executive produced. So that's cool.
So, as I remember, it's like a Demolition Derby game, Twisted Metal.
Yeah, so based on the classic game series, Twisted Metal is a high-octane action comedy based on an original take on Rhett Reese and Paul Wernick. By the way, they were behind Deadpool and Zombieland, about a motormouth outsider offered a chance at a better life. And here's the description. But only if he can successfully deliver a mysterious package across a post-apocalyptic wasteland. With the help of a trigger-happy car thief, he'll face savage marauders driving vehicles of destruction and other dangers of the open road, including a deranged clown who drives an all-too-familiar ice cream truck.
I remember that. Did you ever play the game?
I didn't.
It was
I remember
fun.
seeing videos of people playing it, but yeah. Mackie will star as John Doe, a smart-ass milkman who talks as fast as he drives. With no memory of his past, John gets a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make his wish of finding community come true, but only if he can survive an onslaught of savage vehicular combat.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be joining another upcoming live-action series adapted of a hit PlayStation video game, and that's HBO's The Last of Us, which Sony Pictures Television and PlayStation Productions.
Man, I
also
hope they do that right.
Yeah, that's a pretty wild.
It's an amazing story. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. All right, and with that, I think we are ready for the clips. Here we go. Where are they? Here they are. 18 years after the events of Star Trek Nemesis, Star Trek Picard follows the life of now retired Admiral Jean-Luc Picard. And in this clip, Michelle Hurd, who plays Raffaella, shares what it was like to take on such an iconic role.
I wasn't expecting that I took a job and all of a sudden there's like 10 million fans. Like it's hard to wrap your head around that. And not just that there's so many, but there's people from all over the world watch Star Trek.
I'm actually going to, by the way, season 2 of Star Trek Picard premieres Thursday on Paramount+. We have a clip of Patrick Stewart talking about showing up in Doctor Strange.
Right. And a lot of people peg the voice. He was amazed by the fact that for that brief few seconds that you hear him without really seeing him, people picked up on it.
You know what? Play the clip first from the trailer, and this is all people had to go on. Oh, here we go.
We should tell him the truth.
That definitely sounds like him.
Yeah, but you know what? Just hearing it that quick.
In the barrage of all the stuff that's going on.
That's sharp ears. All right, so here's him talking about that.
I actually didn't recognize my own voice. It sounded different. Whether I had a cold or something at the time, I don't know. And all they saw was the back of my shoulder and I think my earlobe, nothing else. But I was astonished that there would have been so many connections made. But it pleased me.
In preparation for this, my daughter's never seen the XMen movies, and we're diving through them all.
Excellent.
Love it, man.
Because this is the long melding of both universes.
Yep.
It happened in the comic books.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm excited. All right, now we're ready for the next official clip. The book, Showtime, which showcases the dynasty of the 1980s Lakers and rise of Magic Johnson and Jerry Buss, is getting a live-action adaptation. Here, executive producer Adam McKay talks about what makes this miniseries different than anything he has done before.
One of the more unusual shows we've ever done. We mix multiple formats in, 3-4 different cameras shooting. It's very unusual looking, I think beautiful looking show. Also, you're doing basketball. You have to have people looking tall, so you're using lifts, perspective.
Yeah!
The trailer looks awesome.
It does look great. And this is the movie, though, that, as we've learned since, and Adam said it, that drove him and Will Ferrell apart.
Yeah.
Because Will really wanted the role that John C. Reilly is playing. And Adam didn't see it that way.
Winning Time, The Rise of the Lakers Dynasty premieres Sunday on HBO, so we will all be able to dive right into that and check it out for ourselves. And there you go. That is what I have for you in entertainment news. Very cool text. This I don't think we've ever gotten a text from Latvia before.
Oh.
It says, hey, good morning, it, from Riga, Latvia, or Riga, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Here for a week and listening on the drive. Thanks for keeping me connected to reality.
They drove from here to Latvia.
They drove from here to Latvia.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so thank you, Mystery Texter. We appreciate you checking in. That's really cool.
Of course, Riga, Preston is Latvia's capital. It's set on the Baltic Sea at the mouth of the river Daugava.
That's it. Yes. You know it well.
Yes, I do.
So, all right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment.
Something, Preston?
Yes.
I was reading that.
You didn't know that?
No.
He didn't just know that, Nick.
Huh.
We'll come back in a moment.
Loser.
We got a lot to get to today, and we'll run down the list of stuff here in a little bit. Stay with us.
Of that ilk.
I just want to give
excellent.
them some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. You just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
You
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother? I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't he?
Start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo. Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that.
thinking
Let's go back to
Sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In general,
and trying to do it yourself.
It's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what is this case?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are. I know you are. That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
That'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be
ball
able to.
Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth.
It's like Max
Are yummy. Do it slowly. And
okay.
It's even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
You just made a mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said...
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let Cold Cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes Cold Cooter.
The shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. Like, nobody really said anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy Cold Cooter, I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
It's inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So.
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
But they never do it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. and two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon. I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
we watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah,
but I was just surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
Just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian. It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
There
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
Okay, yeah.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay.
I've not
and
seen it.
loud.
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in love with the dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. It feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
in the
really?
Call it the
show.
Hershey Highway.
Are you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis by penis
by penis
by penis.
I'm not working my way through.
Nick,
Obviously, we're approaching it with sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See,
I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
Very different Michael McDonald.
that
Oh, it's the
sounds-
one from
I know that guy.
Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this guy.
excellent. He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and
Okay.
he plays the other gay dad.
It's not the one from
the Doobies.
the Doobie
Brothers.
Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what they call it? A Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This is Tom Johnston.
That's Tom Johnston. There you go. That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me, cause I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called Loud House?
Well, that's
Yeah,
Michael
yes.
McDonald, right? And this is Michael McDonald?
You might
Or
be
are
right.
they both? Mick.
They're both McDonald.
Both Mick.
Oh,
M-C-D-O-N-A-L.
He had a hair, with a
I don't know what animal you just
I
said.
don't know.
I don't know what
Neither do
noise. I don't know what noise to make.
and the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald,
The Loud House.
the Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
and showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House, has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
And
What happened to the talented man? He created Full House.
I don't know why you're still here.
don't
know.
even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey,
Right.
pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, the table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table because they currently were the winners of, and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, "No, they're right."
No, you own the table if you stay at the table
and keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
But
maybe they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters there.
They left.
I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament.
Because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves, as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is this? This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of dicks.
This is what you do.
You should have done the thing that
this is your thing
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know we're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and go.
So the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
I love it. But some people did have to make a night of it on Friday. And one of the stories that we didn't get a chance to hear was from our intern, Christy, because she was up at the Cardboard Classic with us and made a break for it on Friday after the Cardboard Classic. And we heard, now I've already heard the story, but I'll let her tell you.
I haven't,
that she ended up having to stay with a stranger, that a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it. I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Christy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out trying to get out of there. And
what time? Yeah. What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
12:15.
12:15.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car, went to the bathroom, all that stuff, and then so I started to leave, and right as I'm leaving, a fire truck must have exploded or something.
Exploded?
To the road, it just tipped over. Someone said that they were going 90 miles an hour down the road, and there was they weren't clear.
You don't exaggerate much, do you? It went from exploded to tipped over to 90 miles an hour.
No, someone did say it was 90 miles an hour.
It was, okay. Not even the most finely tuned vehicle could travel down that road at 90
Well, it was traveling at 9 miles an hour because it had exploded and it was flying forward, Preston.
Got it. Okay, so anyhow.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
So there was no getting down the road, essentially.
So there was an atomic bomb blast.
Yes.
So you're looking to get out on the road and get home. Where do you live, by the way, here?
I live in South Jersey.
South Jersey, okay.
Oh my God. And what road is this, by the way? Is this did you get out of?
I got out of the resort, and right in front of me, I was the next car to go, a police officer started putting flares up and everything.
Casey, whatever that road is that goes to the resort.
940.
940. All right, that's it. Yeah. Okay. So anyhow.
So they were redirecting traffic up this hill. It was the steepest hill I'd ever seen in my life.
There are a lot of them there, yeah.
And trying to drive up, I make it maybe halfway up, and I start rolling backwards. And I don't know what to do. I've never driven in these conditions before. So I'm just sitting there. These people come up to me and said, we'll push you up the hill. We don't really know what we're doing, but we'll push you up the hill. So I'm like, all right, you know better than me. And then this woman comes out of the thicket. And
she just comes walking out of the woods?
Yeah. All That You Can't Leave Behind. Was the name of the album, but it was called the Elevation Tour.
Right.
And I remember I saw that at the Wells Fargo Center. That was a great show. They started with all the lights on.
Yeah.
And which is weird because usually the lights
kill. The crowd goes crazy.
Right,
and
right.
The band comes out. They started all the lights on. And I think when they got the big chorus of A Beautiful Day, they shut all the lights off, and it just went kaboom, man. It was so good.
And they came through town twice on that tour. The first time was before September 11th, and that was in the summer. And then they played this Wells Fargo Center again in the fall after September 11th had happened in 2001. And they did a whole long tribute to a lot of people who had passed away that day. It was a really moving tour.
Was the first on the first leg of that, the first time around, did Kings of Leon open for them?
Ooh.
Oh, I don't know.
They did. Yeah.
Kings of Leon did open for them. I don't remember if it was that tour or not, Steve.
All right, anyhow, this has been your concert moment on the Preston and Steve Show.
Now, how to repair a V8.
No, actually, I have well, it's not breaking news, but no.
What? He's got a semi.
You said you had a semi. He jumped in with that.
Before I could finish what I was saying. That's it. Okay, so semi-breaking news is what I was going to say. But anyhow.
Breaking.
Yeah, so we only get part of it because it's semi-breaking. New Jersey's holdout as the sole U.S. state that still requires an attendant to pump gas could be in jeopardy.
The only state.
The only U.S. state.
I thought for sure there'd be maybe one other.
Right?
Yeah. But Jersey holds the dubious honor.
This is the one and only.
Huh.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have pumped gas in New Jersey, so it's not like every single gas station you can't pump your gas. There are some gas stations where it's like, no, you can do that yourself.
I did it at one not knowing. I just grabbed it and went for it.
Apparently, according to this story, Casey, it is unlawful for someone other than an attendant to pump their own gas in New Jersey.
I don't know why. I was at a Wawa gas station just off of 55, and I pulled in, and I sat at a bay for a while, and then eventually the guy's like, no, you got to do it yourself over there.
No
and
kidding.
Then sure enough, I did.
Okay.
And then also, like, if you have a...
Perhaps they had one island specifically for self-pumping?
Wait, in Jersey?
An entire bay was for self-pumping, or at least that's what, maybe they were short-staffed that day and that was their only choice.
That's possible.
But then also, if you have a motorcycle, a boat, a lawnmower, a gas can, like you have to pump your own gas with those as well. So it's like, if you can pump your own, then why can't you pump your own gas? Do you know what I mean?
There's a tremendous amount. I know for a fact, having gone through Jersey and been in Jersey a number of times, that there are a number of places where you absolutely are not allowed to pump your gas.
I thought
There's an attendant there.
All of Jersey. Anytime I've ever tried to, like, mistakenly, just, because I'm used to it in Pennsylvania, I get, like, attacked. Like, no, don't get back in your car. I'm like, okay, sorry, I forgot.
No, I sat there for a while. I'm like, what the freak?
You're not getting a lot of support on the text board here, Casey.
I don't care. I know what I did.
I understand that. Yeah. What I'm saying is that a lot of people are saying that what you were doing was either illegal or that the person running that Wawa gave you the wrong information.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A bill which is dubbed the Motorist Fueling Choice and Convenience Act could be the legislative unraveling of a 73-year-old ban on allowing gas station patrons to stick the nozzle in their car and administer their own fuel. The new bill was introduced with bipartisan support on Monday afternoon. The legislation, if passed, would give the gas station owners the option to provide self-service, and it would no longer make it unlawful for someone other than an attendant to pump their own gas, allow gas stations to offer full-service fuel, self-service fuel, or a combination, allow gas stations to offer a discount to customers who pump their own gas.
Mm-hmm. See, I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either.
I like not having to get out of my car if it's cold or rainy or whatever.
They would also require a calling device so that a person with a disability can receive assistance pumping their gas. Allow those with disabilities to have their gas pumped by an attendant at a lower self-service price if it is offered. Now, here's what I'm curious about, and this is the reason I bring it up. Is there anyone listening right now who has never pumped their own gas, ever, done it in their life? I'm curious. 215-263-WMMR. And with that, would that mean that you've never left New Jersey? If you've never pumped your own gas, maybe.
You could, unless you are usually gassed up before you cross the bridge.
Right.
Or
you have someone else do it for you because you've never done it. If you leave the state, I don't know.
It's possible. And there are possible people have, listen, every state has people who have never, I assume, maybe I'm talking out of my ass, who have never left Jersey.
Right.
At all.
Yeah. All right, let me go to some calls. I'm going to go to Kim. Hey, Kim, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful, Kim. What's up?
So that Wawa station that Casey went to off of Route 55, I drive a diesel pickup because I have horses, and we pump our own diesel here. There's very few places that want to get stinky and smelly or whatever, so you always have a glove. But that island at Wawa flat out says that you pump your own on just that island.
Okay.
So that's probably the one he pulled up to.
And it's got diesel available there. Is it so?
It's diesel and regular gas.
Okay.
Because to that point, Kim, when I pumped my own gas, it was at a Wawa, and it was and the guy came out and he started walking towards me, and I asked if it was okay, and he said, "Yeah, no problem." Like it was confusing because I was always under the impression that you cannot, and so you're saying at this one in particular, at least, they're bucking the system.
Yeah, and you got a lot of places, too, where the kids are just like, yeah, go ahead, do it, whatever.
Oh, all right. Yeah, but they're just letting you do it. It's not,
Yeah, it is against the law.
It's like dancing is outlawed in New Jersey. But,
I wonder if anybody's ever gotten a citation for pumping their... If a gas station for letting people that pump their own gas, if they've gotten in trouble with the law...
They've been cited? I don't know.
The letter of the law.
Right?
Jersey's pretty strict on their laws. Interesting. All right, thank you, Kim. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Let me go to Frank. Hey, Frank, good morning. Gadzooks to you, sir. What's up, Frank?
All right, guys. I am 36 years old. Well, I'm about to be 36. I've never pumped my own gas.
Never have pumped your own gas? Not once. You've never pumped gas into a container for a lawnmower? You've never?
In Jersey, I don't know where, Casey did that, but I've never been allowed to, fill my own gas tank.
So what?
Even for a lawnmower, they made me, yeah.
They did it. Now, Frank, to Preston's question, if you've ever crossed over into another state.
Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah.
So I've filled up every time I've gone to another state.
There we go.
The one time I went to Maryland, and I was like, I'm going to have to fill my own tank. But I was driving with somebody, and they were like, I used to be a gas attendant. I do it. And then they were like, you should watch me in case you ever.
Right.
And then it's never come up again. It's literally never happened.
It's funny that you make it a point to fill up before you know you're going to cross state lines, right?
Because I don't know what to do now, and I'm too old to ask.
Yeah. You know what? The ass. I'll tell you what, Frank. We can.
God.
It's very easy.
Damn YouTube video to fill gas. I don't even think they make YouTube videos for that because they're like, you can figure out YouTube.
Everybody knows. It's so obvious.
Why would we even make a video?
That's why there's no YouTube video for raising your arm.
Oh, that's funny. All right, thank you, Frank. We appreciate it, man. Listen, it's 49 states do it. 49 states allow it. There's just one.
Oh, my gosh.
That's crazy.
I can do something Frank can't.
Yes.
You're like a regular mechanic compared to him.
I'm going to go to, we have a few Lisas. I have Lisa S. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Wonderful, Lisa. What's your history with pumping gas?
So I have never pumped my own gas.
How old are you, may I ask?
I'm 33 years old.
Okay.
The one time I crossed a state border, well, I've always been with somebody, but my husband was with me, and we got lost, I believe, in Queens, New York, and he let me get out of the car to get something. When I came back, he locked the doors and cracked the window, and he's like, you're going to learn how to pump your own gas. And I got so upset, I started crying, and he let me back in the car.
It's one of those things, though. What happens with things like this in life, and Lisa, I'm sure you'll agree, it's like, oh, yeah, I'll get around to it. And then so much time passes that now it becomes a thing, and you slowly become sort of afraid to do it. And that's where you are right now. If someone were to give you a quick lesson in how to do it, would you be amenable to learning how to pump your own gas?
I would.
Okay.
All right.
Because I'll let my husband teach me.
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
It's really not that hard.
You know what we ought to do? We should sometime down the road when we're, maybe when it warms up, we should have a gathering and teach people.
Absolutely.
Let them walk through.
Coming out.
And how to pump their own gas and get it out of the way. We de-virginize them.
We'll put like folding chairs by the pump so that you can see how it's done.
Yep.
And like a little chalkboard and everything, and then the whole deal.
Use some lube to make it easier.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
I think I actually pumped gas for the first time. I might have been 4 years old.
Okay.
Now you were pumping on old school,
right?
Equipment.
Yeah, this was down in like the D.C. area, and it was like a big deal. I was like, can I try that? And they were like, yeah. I'm not they, but the person I was with. And they were like, yeah, go ahead, try it. And I don't know why, but it was for me at that time the coolest thing that ever happened to me in my life. Yeah.
God, not only did I pump gas, I used to siphon gas
all the time. All the time.
Oh.
You know what, man?
Yeah.
We had kerosene. We had 2 kerosene heaters in my house growing up, and we had a giant barrel of kerosene in our garage. And every week or so, we would have to go out. Me and my older brother, we would have to go out and pump the kerosene from the barrel into like the little can of kerosene.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was doing that stuff really early
on. Let me go to Gene. Hey, Gene, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Gene?
Okay, I work at a 7-Eleven in Philadelphia, right off 95.
Okay.
There's been multiple people that come in and have to walk into the store because they can't pump their gas.
They just don't
show them. Sometimes their gas, like the cap is missing. They're like, "Well, where is it?" I'm like, "I don't know."
So how do you handle that? Will somebody go out and pump it for them, even though you? I mean,
well, they had to go buy another. Yeah, you can fill it up. Just be careful. Go back, trace your tracks, see if you can find it.
Wow, yeah.
Oh,
multiple
man.
people. This happens all the time.
All right, Gene, do they seem embarrassed when they come in and ask for it?
Sometimes. Usually the men do.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen somebody, because this happens, I know a fair amount, where someone will not look at the pump or not look at what they're doing, and they'll put diesel?
I haven't seen that happen. Have you ever seen that happen, Gene?
No, I've never seen that happen. No.
Yeah, and that can mess things up pretty good.
It sure can.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Gene. Appreciate it.
Guys, have a good one.
There's a gas station by my house that is not clearly labeled diesel or, the regular fuel you would get for your car. And I stand there every time I go and I'm like, okay, which one is it? And I think one has like a red handle, one has a green handle. And I think it's like you would expect the diesel to be the red, stand out, but it's not. Whatever it is, it's not clearly labeled. So I have to look and make sure, and it's written diesel on the side, so you have to go to the side of the pump to make sure.
I thought that the nozzles wouldn't fit.
They won't fit. They won't fit. I think shoot. One
would fit.
One would fit and the other wouldn't.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Do you know what you don't see on the pumps? And they used to have them where the spring, they would have a spring. Like a spring thing that you would push it in
and kind of hold it in place.
You don't see those anymore. Yeah,
because I remember Bam Margera has a Lamborghini, and his friend Brandon Novak was driving it and accidentally put
oh my god
diesel gas into his Lambo.
Ooh, wow. Hang on, somebody wants to defend Casey. I'm going to go to Tom. Hey, Tom. Good morning.
No, this is John.
Oh, hey, John. You're on the air. Go ahead, buddy.
Hello there. Hi. Coming over to Commodore Barry Bridge. Hey, Casey, it's John from Delco.
Oh, dude. Okay. Yeah, I remember you.
My wife teaches your kids.
Oh, okay. What's up, John? How you doing, man?
So Wawa over 322, right there, right where the CVS is.
Yeah. Yes.
I was there Friday night, and I pulled in, and it was a diesel pump and a regular pump. And I was sitting there for a while, and I looked over, and a guy didn't have a Wawa thing on. He was pumping his gas, and the attendant came over and said, when you're at a diesel bay, you can pump your own gas.
Okay, well, maybe that's the case. Or maybe it was dress down day at the Wawa.
Hey, John Howe, I think that was actually the Wawa that I was at, not the one at the base of the 55. I'm pretty sure it was that one.
So are they scofflaws over there? What's the story?
Yeah, and then there's another gas station across the way, too, and then the CVS is right there.
Yeah, it's a Sinclair that's across the street from that one.
Yeah. So if you're at a diesel bay in Jersey, you're allowed to pump because they have little signs there.
My wife and I honeymooned at Diesel Bay, Preston.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
I love
beautiful.
Diesel Bay.
The loons return.
I have pumped my own gas.
Well, you guys have a good day.
Thank you.
Have a good night, John. See you later, man.
John's a great guy. I have pumped my own gas 3 times in Jersey. One time at that Wawa. Another time when I was pumping gas into my Vespa. And then the third time...
Man, you keep a comprehensive journal of your gassing situation.
So the last time, I had made a mistake. So I didn't know that when you bought gas cans at your hardware store that the colors were the types of fuel that you were supposed to.
Oh, right.
Blue is
kerosene.
Kerosene.
Yeah. And so I just liked the way the blue one looked. And so I bought that one. And so the guy wouldn't pump gasoline into my tank.
Because it was the inappropriate container.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, that's how they get that way. Yeah.
But he kind of turned his head and was like, you can do it if you want.
Yeah.
He was like, but I cannot.
Tell you what, take me out back, give me a handy, I'll let you do it.
I'm going to go to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
That was my Gary Lauer impression.
That was not bad.
Great.
What's up, Brian?
Hey, I went down to my gas station. I live in Pennsylvania, and the gas attendant or the attendant from inside was outside, and I talked to him all the time. He had just witnessed a girl from New Jersey. He had to go outside because she was trying to spray the gas in from several inches away outside of the thing and sprayed it all over the ground.
So she didn't insert the nozzle into the hole and was just almost like one of those squirt games at a carnival.
Yes, exactly. Hey, real quick, I'm the human snowball. I just want to say,
man, that's awesome.
Happy Cardboard Classic Week normally to everybody.
Yep. We miss it too, Brian. But next year, man, next year for sure. All right.
Yeah, but there was a huge puddle of gas on the ground. So
of course there was.
For a couple seconds.
I'd love to see that. That's funny. Thanks, Brian.
All right, later, guys.
That's another thing for us to do. Play the carnival game, but using using gas pumps.
And then you go. Obviously, you did it. Pierre's done it. Pull away with the pump in.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to DJ. DJ, good morning.
Good morning. Long-time caller, first-time listener.
Hey, welcome.
Right,
you
sir.
did it the other way. Yeah, very few people do that. So wait a minute. You had an incident at the pump, right?
Yeah, so my mom's side, she lives in New Jersey, Ocean City. So I went down to visit my grandma and my grandpa, and I pulled into the gas station, and it was a Wawa, and I'm standing there, and there's nobody to pump my gas. So I get out, I start pumping my gas. All of a sudden, I see a cop car flick its lights on, and it pulls into the gas station, and he comes up to me, and he goes, "Oh, where are you from?" And I was like, "Oh, Pennsylvania." And he goes, "It's against the law to pump your gas in Jersey." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." So next thing I know, he's flipping out a citation book, and he's giving a $50 citation to me.
You had a $50 ticket for pumping gas.
Wow. I didn't know it was illegal. And he came off the road into the gas station just to come and mess with me.
You would think like a warning. Hey, I'm going to let you know you can't do this, and there you go. But, I mean,
He's like, "Where are you from?" I was like, "Pennsylvania." And he goes, "Well, in Jersey, it's illegal." And I was like, "Well, that's news to me."
Wow.
Next thing I know, I'm getting a $50 fine.
Oh, that sucks.
I suppose you're going to tell me the drugs I have in the trunk are illegal, too. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, DJ. I wasn't sure.
$50.
I thought it was maybe just listen, do this, follow the rules, and we kind of look the other way. But no, I guess they'll get you if they really feel like it.
How did it end up that New Jersey was the only state? I mean, I guess Oregon did at one point, but how are they the holdout?
You always say to follow the money. So somewhere along the line. Now, mind you, what is a cool thing is we're watching the Zoolander gas fight from the movie. There are people who are hired to do that, to pump the gas now. So that's the deal. But yeah, what would make this the only state that is currently adhering to this rule?
Reading this story, it says one of the arguments against lifting the prohibition was that it would eliminate part-time jobs for thousands of New Jerseyans. But given the job market shift since the pandemic, that might not hold the same weight as it once did. So this might be a good opportunity to allow that to happen. And also charging stations and electric stuff is playing a part into this as well. The rest of the country is rapidly growing, trying to expand the electric vehicle market, and by adding charging stations as more people are buying battery-powered cars, perhaps the ban's undoing will simply come down to just following what the other 49
Can you
states
use
have
those
done.
on a regular car?
Yeah, you just stick it in the gas pump.
All right, Steve, there are two reasons here that are listed. This is Mental Floss, which is a great site. And so there was the 1949 Retail Gasoline Dispensing Safety Act and regulations. It banned drivers from pumping their own gas in New Jersey. And the initial reason was it was a fire hazard, right? People didn't know how to do it. If somebody was smoking, it could cause a fire. However, it says the government version might not be the whole story. The passage of the act was motivated by something a little less pure than safety, money. In the 1940s, when self-service was unheard of in most of the country, a gas station owner named Irving Rengold offered lower prices to customers willing to pump their own gas. So it was a gimmick and that became a threat to rival gas
There we
stations.
go.
There you go. And the other rivals probably had influence with the politicians.
Exactly.
That's
wow.
Follow the money.
Follow
It's
the
always
money.
the case.
Yeah. All right, let me go to. I'm going to go to Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Tracy. What's up?
I have never pumped my own gas.
Never. How old are you, Trace?
Never. 53.
53. And what happens when you leave the state?
Well, usually I'm traveling with somebody.
Okay.
Or, I mean, even I just make sure I fuel up before I go anywhere because it's actually the longest running joke in my family. I want to be grandmothered in. Like, I don't even want to learn.
All right. So, so you just want to go ahead and hold out.
Oh, I really do.
That's kind of cool. She's got a mission. That's cool, Tracy. And so stick with it. What do you now? Mind you, actually, you could do that. What if she gets to the point where she ports over to like a Tesla or something, and gas is not even an issue?
Or I mean, listen, a lot of gas stations have self-serve and full service. So you just if you pull up to the full service bay,
That would be, yeah.
So you have
I wouldn't be able to do it.
You have a master plan in mind. That's very cool.
Good luck to
Finish
you.
off life without pumping gas.
Case, I don't know anywhere near me that has any full
My
service
Liberty gas station
opportunities.
Fritz's Liberty, they have a full service bay.
Wow, Marissa, what are you're pointing down here?
There's one here in Narberth. It might be cash only too.
Okay.
Or it's definitely cheaper.
Sometimes that's a.
Oh, you have to go inside to pay,
or that you pay cash in order to get the full serve.
Oh, okay, I got
the
you.
one down on Belmont that we're passing, that I pass on, it's on the right hand side before you get to, I think it's a Conoco, before you get to the Schuylkill Expressway. The credit card machines in the pumps haven't worked for like a year.
Oh, forever. I stopped going.
Oh, on Belmont?
I hate it.
They make you go inside.
I stopped going to that when
Me
I go
too.
to, there's a Sunoco across the street, and I go to that one
That's
now.
the one I go to.
Exactly. And
It's hard. It's more difficult.
It is.
But
you have
I'll
to make
go
a
there.
left instead of making a right, but it's such a pain in the ass because every time you have to go in and out, and like if there's a line, and sometimes the pumps are slow, and
Here's
it's
my
just
issue
convenience.
is I want to fill my tank all the way up.
That's it.
And I don't. And you have to give them the amount ahead of time.
I don't know.
$20. I don't know.
Well, what if they give you a crystal ball, Preston?
Yeah.
And why does it cost more to pay for gas with a card than cash?
Because they get charged.
They get to
percentage
charge a
of it.
processing fee.
Let me
Try bartering with chickens.
Let's go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey, sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's okay.
What's up, John?
So I went to college in central Pennsylvania, probably like 150 miles from New Jersey, right? And there were students from New Jersey who would like come to campus in the fall. They'd drive their cars around town a little bit, and then they wouldn't be able to fill them up. It was a really common thing to have to take your friends from New
Just
Jersey.
abandoned cars all over the town.
So they would them what to do.
So John, they'd run out of gas. They hadn't learned how to pump gas, and so other people would have to take them or help them pump the gas.
Yes, it was normally a one-time thing, It's not that hard to figure out, but it was a fairly common occurrence.
That's funny. That speaks exactly to this, Preston.
Yeah.
It just
Thanks, man.
it gets away. It's like 40-year-old virgin. It gets away from you.
Yes, and then it becomes too late.
Yeah.
And you get scared, and you don't want to deal with it. Hang on a second. There was one. Let me go to Melissa. Hey there, Melissa.
Hi, good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ed. Melissa, you've never pumped your gas, right?
I have never. I'm 46. I moved to New Jersey when I was 4.
Okay.
And then we moved to Wisconsin and Missouri. And even while there, I have never pumped my gas.
Okay. Now, how did you get away with that in other states?
Well, because I was younger, so I either had my mom with me or my dad or my sister or my brother. So if I knew the car needed to be filled, I made sure that I was with somebody.
Would you get nervous as you started to watch the needle go down?
No.
Okay.
Actually, and I hope my husband is not listening because I drive him crazy with this. I hate stopping to get gas. Even though I don't have to pump it because now I'm back in New Jersey, but
Steve, they should have refueling vehicles like they do with aircraft.
Right, to pull up
And they
and
just
put the
drive
nozzle.
next to you
Yeah,
while you're
yeah.
driving down the highway and fill it up for you.
so now my car, it has that countdown, so it tells me how many miles I have to go before I'm empty.
Right.
And I have discovered that you can go about 5 more miles after it says.
So you really pushed it to the limit.
I do, and my husband's like, "Don't ever call me if you run out of gas." But I know he will come and help me.
Yes,
that's funny. So I just never did it, and I think it was kind of like what you said about the 40-year-old virgin.
Mm-hmm.
Like I never did it, so now I have a lot of anxiety.
Yeah,
sure. Right.
I know how stupid that sounds, but yeah.
What you need is a very tender gas station attendant
Yes.
to lead you through it
for the first time.
Yeah, to make you feel comfortable, maybe a shoulder.
Handy and stuff.
All right. Thank you, Melissa.
My husband, I think he'll try and do that for me.
There we go.
All right, thanks. You know what? It's been so long since I've ever run out of gas. I think I remember there was one time I literally, Steve, I coasted into the gas station.
On fumes.
I mean, like, it was dead. Like, I mean, there were no fumes left.
Wow.
I had it neutral. It was like, bup, 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 and it went out, and there was a gas station, and I literally coasted into the pump. I'm like, this is freaking amazing. I couldn't believe it.
You couldn't plan that out if you
No. It was miraculous.
You guys remember ever putting just $5 worth of gas in your car?
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
That's all you could afford.
That's all you had.
During years ago when they had odd even license plates during the Carter administration.
The crisis.
But I was a young driver, and I waited in a line to put like $8 of gas in the car.
Casey grabbing change out of the console and like, okay, I can do $5.47. And having to, that's it. That's your option at that point.
I forgot what hurricane it was, but when it hit Florida, my mom and sister were there, and gasoline was a real issue. Getting gasoline was very, very difficult, and there were big, long lines. You could wait
Huge
for an hour
lines.
and a half and stuff like that.
Do you remember? So it would happen occasionally where the gas station attendant would lose track. He'd say, "Give me $10."
Yeah.
And they would run over the amount, and come back. It's like, I asked for 10.
Right.
And you'd get a little extra free gas.
I'm going to go to Lisa's been on hold for 20 minutes. Let me go to her. Hi, Lisa. Good morning. Lisa, are you?
Good morning.
Yes. Hi there, Lisa. What's up?
Hi. So I am 39 years old, have lived in New Jersey all my life, and have never pumped my own gas.
Okay. And so the question, and we've been asking people, is when you leave the state, and I'm sure you have driven out of state, what do you end up doing?
So I used to work in Philadelphia, and I would always stop at the Wawa right before the bridge and fill up, so I wouldn't have to do it in Pennsylvania.
There you go. and so gas.
We had taken a trip to Florida, my husband and I, and rented a car, and I made him fill it up because I didn't know how to, and I had that anxiety about, am I going to do it right?
So, Lisa, you still have it now. Would you be willing, if someone were to teach you, take the time and teach you, would you be willing to learn? Or now, is it a point of pride that you've never filled your own gas tank?
It's actually a point of pride, and I kind of feel like that last caller where I want to be grandfathered in so I don't have to do it.
Right?
Oh, my God.
That method of transportation will be gone.
I like Steve's idea. Get an electric car,
Yeah.
and then you just have never pumped gas in your entire
That's
life.
right.
Yeah,
I love it.
I'm good. I'd be on board for that.
I love it. All right. Thank you, Lisa. By the way, man, there have been times where I've been in the city and been concerned because I've been low on gas. I'm like, and of course now you have a GPS and you can, there are nav systems where you can find a gas station.
Nearest
I'm like,
gas station.
Where are any gas stations? I know where they are now.
It sucks when
But
you're
I
in the
remember at a
city.
time where I'd be like, I don't know where to go to get gas around here.
There was so the Cross Bronx Expressway for the longest time in New York was the basic edict was that if you ran out of gas, set your own car on fire and leave. Because it was just going to be vandalized. And I remember I was really low, and it was bumper to bumper, and when you're sitting there, you're actually watching it go down. It is a terrifying thing.
All right, one more quick call, and I apologize to everybody who's been on hold for so long that I didn't get to you. But Taylor is fairly new to the area. I'm going to go to her. Hey, Taylor, or is this a guy? Taylor?
It's me.
All right, hi, Taylor. How you doing?
Hi. Good. I actually just moved here in July.
Okay.
And whenever I first pulled up to a New Jersey gas station, I got out, got ready, put my card in, everything, got ready to pump, and here comes people flying out, no, screaming at me. And I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah. You didn't know. Where are you from, Taylor?
Louisiana.
From Louisiana. Okay, so you've been pumping your gas your entire life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Hell, your gas stations sell booze down in Louisiana.
Yep, and so do our Walmarts and pharmacies.
Drive-throughs.
All right, so they come up and they say, "Oh, wait, what are you doing? What are you doing?" And then what is that? You're like, what's wrong here?
Oh, yeah, and they're like, well, you can't pump your own gas. And I'm like, yes, I can.
They're thinking they're just making an assessment of your abilities when what they're really saying is that it's against the law. So how did that end up?
Well, they told me it's against the law, and I'm like, well, I'm sorry. And they're like, well, just get back in your vehicle and just don't do it again.
All right.
Wow.
Okay.
Don't do something you can do. Don't do it again.
All right, so you've been there. You've been in Jersey since July. Are you now used to the process?
Oh, I just go on base now because I get to pump my own gas.
There you military?
My husband is.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, well,
Okay,
there you go.
excellent.
All right. Thank you, Taylor. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Would
All right,
that
we'll
be
see you.
worth enlisting to pump your own gas?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Why are you signing up, son?
I want to pump my own gas, sir. As good a reason as I've ever heard, son.
All right. Well, we'll see where this goes because it's been bills like this have been introduced before, but it seems like this one might have a little bit more momentum to it. It's got bipartisan support. You have the shift in the job world, and maybe they'll finally make it legal in New Jersey for you to pump your own gas.
They're suggesting in some businesses and some industries switching to a 4-day work week just to compensate for the difficulty in finding employees.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, anyhow, thank you for the calls. We appreciate that. Oh, and we would like to award you, my friend, for listening and hanging out. Our friends at Rita's Water Ice are here this morning, and I have a $25 gift card for call number 16 because the wait is over. Rita's is now open.
Yeah!
Serving up all your favorite frozen treats. You can stop by for some happiness with a delicious Italian ice or creamy frozen custard. 215-263 WMMR 16th caller. We set you up. We'll be back in just a moment. B-File's on the way, yes?
Isn't today the first day of meteorological
It's the meteorological first day of spring. That is correct. We'll be back in a second. Stay there.
It appeared that she was coming out of the woods. She, I did learn that she had parked her car up there, and she lived on this really steep hill. It was like a development of houses, and she says, "Can I get into your car and I'll help you?" And she helps me, and she can't get my car up the hill, so
she gets behind the wheel.
She gets behind the wheel.
Because she's done this before. Or
Yes.
We assume because she lives to this stinking hill.
Yes,
Okay.
so she knows what she's doing, but my car's an old person car, so we're not going to get up the hill. So she decides to reverse down the hill, and as she's doing that, I kind of, I'm really grateful for her, and I'm thankful that she helped me, but I kind of start to realize that she reeks of alcohol.
Oh boy.
So,
seriously?
Man.
Yeah. So I was like,
And it's noon.
all right, well, like the cardboard class is going on. Maybe she was like, there, and maybe she was not there.
But she was thirsty, right?
She was thirsty, and she goes, "Is this your coffee or mine?" And I said, "That's mine." And she just proceeded to drink it anyway.
She just picked up a coffee and started drinking it.
Okay, I didn't know that this is where the story was going.
Okay.
Yes. So
At any point did she call you a dirty bird?
no, we
Dude,
didn't get
that's
there.
what I thought immediately. Misery. All right, go ahead.
Seriously.
Well, I need to jump.
What's your name, Annie?
Was this right near the lake by any chance?
It might have been
right near like Split Rock? There's another lodge.
yeah, it was right near the lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to
Yeah.
traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
but you
where this
potentially
is.
have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to. But you're thankful
Drinking her
for it.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee.
her.
Yeah.
Yes, and
At least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And
nice.
she gets my car down the hill,
You have any birth control?
and then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm gonna end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help you.
behind
I'm
the
going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and
So you guys had to walk there. You had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like, less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and, things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him, so she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help, so that's why she can't go see him.
Oh,
and there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s, 50s, something.
Yeah, an
she's not
adult
like
grown
a
woman.
teenage
Yeah.
Grown woman.
Yeah,
My
like,
boyfriend. Do me a favor, sweetie.
so I'm like, all right, I'm thankful that she got me away from the hill, but I need to get away from her now. So I just leave my car at the base of the hill, and she walks me to Split Rock, and I just got a room at the lodge. But the lodge is about a mile away from where the restaurant and everything is, so I spent 30 hours with no food, no drink, nothing, and just alone in my room watching
Yeah, because
cops.
at the base, the story was, and we heard this on Monday, I guess, was, hey, somebody took Christy in. And
Yeah, that was awesome.
She got stuck, and they took her, and she ended up having to stay at somebody's house. We're like, well, that was really nice. It was nice of somebody, a local, a local to help out, and and it ended up being this.
You see, I've known for some time why I was chosen to save you. You and I were meant to be together forever. Now our time in this world must end.
And that was Christy's moment.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to be the mom for a second, but you should have never went with her, and you should have called one of us.
Well, see, the thing is, the Verizon towers went down, so I had no service.
From the explosion of the
fire
truck, yeah.
So the only time I could get service was when I got into the hotel and I could use their Wi-Fi. So I had already had a room at that point, and I was like, well, what am I going to say? I'm stuck, and you're going to say, me too.
Yeah. All right.
No, but instead of going to, I guess you couldn't get in touch with us, but still.
What was the woman's house like? Was she into taxidermy?
No, it was.
I'm working on this owl.
It was old on the inside. I didn't really want to take a look.
Smell like mothballs?
No.
I was also thinking of Pulp Fiction when a spider caught a couple flies.
So here's the thing.
Moment of opportunity.
Yeah. I have someone who lives in a box in the basement. I'd love you to meet him. Name is the Gimp.
When Nick and I were going down this hill, there was a car that was trying to go up the hill.
That lady was out of her car.
And it was a light colored, maybe like silver Toyota something or other.
Did that lady yell at you?
No.
She yelled at me.
Did she really? Why?
What?
Yeah, well, because she didn't want me to go any further because of the fire. I'm not exaggerating. Because of the fire truck that was on its side down that hill. And she was warning me, but she was doing it in a shocking, sort of half-hinged kind of a manner. And I was like, all right, I got it.
It was the same woman?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing. But
I'm not talking about that.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt that said Archie Bunker for president?
That was on, Nick, that was on Lake Drive or whatever. The hill I'm talking about that you were stuck on, I believe, was Estate.
Yeah, that's what it was called, Estates Drive or whatever.
Wow. So how long? So when you got into the house, how long were you in the house?
Maybe like an hour.
An hour?
Oh, you were there that long?
Because I didn't know what
Want to
to
watch
do.
my stories with me?
What were you? Yeah. What were you guys talking about after you got off the phone with her boyfriend?
She kept asking me like really odd questions.
You'll never know the fear of losing someone like you if you're someone like me.
She really wanted to make me a meal. She wanted to take pictures with me.
Are you a good girl? Are you a good girl?
She just wanted to like document the moment that like she had saved someone.
This is sounding very similar to the Hawaii trip, Preston.
Somebody was texting in and asked if there were swords on the wall.
Yeah, it could have gone that way if she didn't leave.
I don't want to be forward, but I can see your dirty pillows.
Did you take?
You don't want boys touching your dirty pillows.
Did you take your jacket off and hats and gloves and stuff?
Yeah, because I was so like
well, you're lovely.
soaked from being outside, so I wanted to get on.
Do you wonder how I got the smile? I know you couldn't see it with my ski mask on. I have this permanent smile that I gave myself, you see.
And so you were there.
Could you call my boyfriend?
So you're there about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ. You must have thought at some point, I'm going to die. I'm going to get murdered by this person.
Me and Nick just drove right past it.
You didn't know that probably at the same. Yes. They were. What time did you guys leave?
After her.
Yeah.
How long after her?
I left around 12:30, 12:45.
Did you go up that hill?
No, I didn't go that way.
Yeah, I went all the way around and then ended up finding where Casey was.
They ended up coming the opposite way, so they were going down the hill. She was going up the hill.
I was trying to get back to the turnpike on the south side of Mid Boulder.
I felt pretty bad because on my way back to Jack Frost, after I tried to get on the Northeast Extension, I came back and I'm coming through the entrance, and there was a white, I don't know if it was like a Suburban or something like that, that was in a ditch so far so that it was laying on its side.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it too.
I came upon it, Kathy, and Seattle, Hong Kong. No, I came upon it, Kathy. It must have been shortly after the windshield wipers were still going. They had flashers on.
wow.
And I couldn't stop. I wanted to help, but I'm like, if I stop, I'll get stuck too, and it's just going to make the problem worse. So I just
See you later!
I know. Good luck! I felt so bad, but I thought that I would.
That's when the wood split. Oh, she's got it. Yeah.
I thought that it would compact the problem if I stopped, and then the next day when we checked out and left, it was still sitting there.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I wouldn't have been able to done anything anyway.
That thing was fully on its side. What could you
Was
have
there
done?
anybody in it? Because when I passed it,
I don't know.
There were people helping someone out of it. So
Yeah.
there was like I guess Jack Frost security or somebody was assisting.
There had to have been somebody still. Wait, did you go back to the resort?
No.
No, this was on the way to the resort.
Oh, because there
This
was
is
another
across the highway.
There was another
Okay.
vehicle, a similar vehicle on its side, exactly as you're describing.
Okay, but the wipers
was a
were still
lot.
on, the lights were, the flashes were on, so it was still running. So people were probably inside of it.
When you were going through the wallet, yeah.
I just. I had to make a decision.
Some money, credit cards.
Quickly, and I decided to keep going.
Nice.
Yeah.
New app, new iPhone.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. It's. I'm glad you got out of there, though, Christy.
Me too.
I could see you. Yeah.
It sounded pretty bizarre.
Are you a good girl?
Yeah.
Oh
Wow.
my God! Don't do that ever again.
Yeah.
Did you get her number at least?
I did, yeah. She wanted me to text her when I got home, but I didn't because I was afraid she was going to.
Hi, Christy. It's me from the mountain. You remember me?
Her name was Mary, by the way.
Mary's
Yeah.
the name.
I wonder if she remembers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, she documented pictures and everything.
No, we did not take pictures. I refused.
Really? So what, was she looking for a selfie, or was she going to pose you?
Well, she wanted to take a selfie outside, but I had already taken my shoes off at that point. I was like, oh, it's too much to put my shoes back on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's how you come.
Oh, that's the way it's going to be.
Well, all right. Well, cool. Are you gonna, now? You said you're not used to driving in the snow. You know what's funny is the thing you said to me this morning. You go, "I'm from New Jersey. I don't know how to drive in the snow." I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? It snows all the time here in the winter."
Well, I just meant
How old are you?
Up 23.
Okay.
I just meant like up in mountain snow. I could drive in New Jersey snow.
New Jersey snow, not mountain snow. Okay. Because New Jersey snow has jug handles and mountain snow doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah, it's much easier.
All right. Thank you, intern Christy, with her
Yeah.
story of survival in the Poconos on Friday during a nor'easter.
You know her experience is psycho.
Yeah, exactly. In yet another case of medical negligence, in India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to
Yes,
light,
thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First, I created my pillow. Now, my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head. Patients,
There is nothing around like a new
shirt
something.
you can wad up or something.
A shirt.
Hey, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're... Go ahead.
Only one camp out for Cahunger shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, impressive. Perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
No. He's been Villanova's William J. Finneran endowed head coach.
Oh, you skipped a few words.
I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that. I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make it different.
You are officially out of your mind.
It's William Finneran endowed, not well.
I'm sorry, I misread that.
Endowed.
You know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that before.
You can teach typing, and that's fine, but I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. You know, like
the Hunt and Peck thing.
Yeah, I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a Hunt and Peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and
I've
that's
seen
what
people
works for him.
that just use the 2 index fingers and fast.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard.
This?
Yeah. Oh my God. Tons. This is an old.
Oh my God.
Gross.
It's a Microsoft keyboard here.
It's going to be bad.
Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell out.
You little slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
That's disgusting.
Burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God.
To the bizarre file, I have a shout out I'd like to do.
All right.
It's kind of it's a bittersweet one. I got this from Brian Bullock. He says, Preston, Tuesday, March 1st is the 3-year anniversary of the best cardboard classic era ever. You guys let us get married on top of the hill. It was a great day, and we won a trophy for completely destroying our church at the bottom of the hill. This past year was a really tough one on her and I, to the point we almost got divorced.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
But we are figuring it out and making good on our promise to each other that day. So if you could give my dear wife it says Ashley. Oh,
What?
That's okay.
That's how you spell Ashley. Ashlea.
Oh.
I thought I normally see it
Ashley.
Ashley. So if you Ashlea, if you could give my dear Ashley a huge nasty shout out for putting up with me, that would be great. Thank you guys for being included in our special day. We love you all, Brian and Ashley Bullock. So here
I want you two to really listen to this, all right? Okay.
I hope they heard it.
Understand what that means and about that bond you made.
Yes, exactly. That was awesome. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
It was great. We had that wedding at the top. Was Bert Kreischer a part of the wedding ceremony? He was there.
He was
right?
there.
Yeah,
I was there. At the top of the hill.
It was awesome. They got married, and then they pushed him down the hill right after that. It was the best.
I tell you what, and the plans are in motion to get us back to the Cardboard Classic. But every time I think about memories of some of the great ones, even that horrible nor'easter one, it was awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was just having a conversation about that. So I was up there this weekend, and Jack Frost doesn't even have those tubing hills opened.
No kidding.
It's grass.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
So our friends at Wilson's Secret Sauce, they're having a Cardboard Classic remembrance party on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're asking for donations to be, and all donations are going to go to Phil Abundance. So if you go to Wilson's Secret Sauce Instagram page, all the details are there. But it's going to be in the morning, and he wants to do this for charity. It's pretty fun.
All right. I like that.
Yeah.
Love it. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate that. Okay. And now I see we have a call here to go to.
Yes.
Before we get to the bizarre file, and Casey had mentioned one of our former calendar girls, it's her birthday today. And She was, Nick, you had mentioned a drinking game that she came up with concerning The Bachelor, the television show.
Yeah, well, Steve had the unfortunate situation of going from Wheel of Fortune into The Bachelor last night, which I've done many times. And Megan and I follow each other on Instagram, and she and her husband play this game where it's a drinking game, and every time anybody... Well, I'll let her explain it.
All right, thank you. All right, hi, Megan, happy birthday!
Thank you, guys.
How you
Thank
doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, we miss you dearly.
I miss you guys.
Oh, my goodness.
Gosh, it's been way too long.
Where are you these days, by the way?
I'm still in Philly.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Then
I'm
we-
never leaving. I love this city too much.
Love it. All right, so what's your Bachelor drinking game real quick?
So my husband and I, well, there's a couple games, but the one this season is every time Clayton says, "Thank you for sharing."
Yes.
After someone bears their gut-wrenching, vulnerable, darkest secrets that makes them cry, he just says, "Thank you for sharing." You have to drink, and we've been pretty much drunk this entire
So what, do you have a follow-up phrase? Because there are so many hackneyed, like the SNL makes a parody constantly of "Can I steal you for a second?"
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Or anytime the word journey is mentioned.
Journey, yes.
Journey.
Yep.
This is our journey. Can I borrow you for a second? We just pretty much call it sitting and talking. We don't even go on dates. They don't eat. They don't do anything. They just sit and talk.
Yeah.
And then they go, "Let me grab you for a second and let's go sit and talk."
All right. So I like your concept for this one. Though the guy is just a staggering dummy, and the women are
outstanding.
It's just it's just a mess. But I guess that's what people are drawn to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, usually the lead has a little more charisma. I have to give credit to my husband. I was cracking up. He referred to Clayton as the human equivalent of a sandwich that got wet.
A moist
Pretty
sandwich.
close. Yeah.
A soggy sandwich of a human being.
God. All right. Well, I love that. People need to try that out. The thank you for sharing
Yes.
drinking game with
Yes.
The Bachelor. That's awesome. All right. Hey, happy birthday, Megan. It's great to hear from you. We
Thank
miss you.
you, guys. Miss you tons.
All right. We'll see you later. All right. There she goes. The birthday girl. Calendar from 2009. Megan was in that. I'll never forget that one. That was
And she was also
a wonderful one.
upper
She was like,
hierarchy of the Hooters
she was
organization.
like the calendar girl for Hooters there. She won all kinds of championships and stuff. Okay, listen, Bizarre File. We got to do that. We got to do it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. Leaks, clogs, or cold water. Horizon Services can resolve that plumbing to-do list fast, fixed or installed the same day as your confirmed appointment, or it is free. Visit horizonservices.com/easybook to book in 30 seconds. A man suspected in a series of Central Florida crimes broke a beer bottle over his head and was shot by a sheriff's deputy who thought that the sound was a gunshot.
Not your day.
Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said Saturday that deputies were trying to arrest the 27-year-old man when he stood up through the sunroof of a pickup truck holding a rifle in one hand and a bottle of Busch Light beer in the other. The sergeant, who was behind the suspect and wasn't able to see the bottle, heard the popping noise and thought the man had shot at his deputies. He fired one shot, hitting the man in the neck. The man was taken to a hospital with injuries that were thought to be life-threatening. No one else was injured in the Saturday morning shooting. The man, who was with a female companion, had stolen a red pickup truck, and that was from a supermarket parking lot in Winter Haven. A short time later, the pair went into a tire store and asked for an employee and asked for money. When there was no money, the man took a rifle from a duffel bag and pointed it at the employee, started looking around for money, but left when a customer arrived. Deputies began looking for the pair, spotted the red pickup truck. They were unsuccessful in using stop sticks, and the man tried to hit a deputy with the truck. As he continued, deputies were able to close in around him. The man put the rifle under his chin and told deputies that told them to kill him. He then dropped from the sunroof out of sight for a moment, then stood up with a rifle in one hand and a Busch Light beer bottle in the other, smashed it against his own forehead, breaking the bottle, which, by the way, you have to really hit hard to break a bottle. How he was able to do that to himself.
Without knocking himself out.
And how his body allowed himself to do that, So the deputy fired, striking the man, and they obviously took him to the hospital. So, wow.
He's had better days.
He's had better days. Talk about having better days. A severely disabled woman was found by police inside a car that had been in a tow yard for 9 days.
9 days.
I have no idea how this woman survived. Maybe she had some water or something with her, but I'm not sure. Around 3:15 p.m. on February 14th, police responded to a report of a missing person. The reported person told police her severely disabled sister had not been seen since earlier in the month.
Wow.
An investigation revealed the woman was last seen February 5th when her mother parked her car at a gas station and walked off, leaving her daughter in the car. At the request of the gas station, the car was privately towed to Skyway Towing.
And no one noticed this person?
Bon Pausa, who one of the gas station workers said one of the gas station workers knocked on the car to make sure nobody was in it. My driver had done the same, and we thought we were clear. He's the manager of the tow company, by the way. Officers contacted Pausa about prying open the car, and he said it was a discovery he will never forget. He said, in 30 years of towing, I've never seen anything like this. According to police, the woman had been in there for 9 days, alone in the tow yard, enduring near-freezing weather. The woman is severely disabled and likely wouldn't have been able to call out for help. She was taken to the hospital in serious condition, so I'll keep an eye out for a follow-up on that story.
That's why I keep loose pudding in my cup holder.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
There is risky, and then there is insanely risky, and then there's breaking into the police station to rob the commanding officer's office, which is exactly what cops say happened in the Bronx. According to a senior police official, about 10 p.m. on Wednesday, personnel at the 52nd Precinct discovered Carlos Luciano inside their CO's office. He had apparently entered through a first-floor window, and he damaged the window in the process. On being discovered, an official said Luciano took off running through the station. He was captured on the first floor and taken into custody where he was charged with burglary. I got to wonder if he knew where he was or not. I have no idea.
You would see all sorts of signs and things that might lead you to believe you shouldn't be there.
Yeah. All right, and then we'll do this story. A human hand and 3 placentas have been sent from a university in Brazil destined for an unorthodox fashion designer in Singapore in a case of suspected human organ trafficking.
A human hand and 3 placentas, and this is going to some sort of fashion thing.
Yeah, so the hand and placentas were plastinated, a common preservation method for museums and research before being shipped from Amazonas State University in Brazil.
I could see using the placentas as clutches.
Police then carried out an anti-trafficking raid after receiving information about the possible trafficking of human remains, and a professor for the school's anatomy lab has been suspended. If found guilty of international trafficking of human organs, he'll face up to 8 years in prison. Plastinization, by the way, is a modern technical process for preserving biological material. It removes bodily fluids and fats through chemical methods, substituting them for plastic resins like silicone, polyester, and epoxy, resulting in a dry, odorless, and durable tissue.
It's what Khloe Kardashian did to her face.
So it is thought that the remains were to be used by a famous Indonesian fashion designer for manufacturing accessories, clothing with human material.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, the designer...
Should be allowed to do that?
The designer, Arnold Putra, has come under fire in the past for designer accessories made of human remains after creating a bag made of ethically sourced human spines and alligator tongues, with some media outlets reporting the spine to be that of a child. Putra claimed that he had papers stating the parts were sourced from a medical surplus in Canada.
That's
Wow.
ghoulish.
All right, and then we'll do this one, and then we'll wrap. A Spanish company is pouring tens of millions of dollars into becoming the world's first commercial octopus farm, in spite of mounting evidence that the creatures can feel pain and pleasure, never mind the environmental impacts of cephalopod farming.
Aren't they going to dry up in those open fields?
You would think so, right? So, Nueva Pescanova is the company set to start farming octopi pending European Union approval, and it spotlights significant ethical and environmental concerns looming over the startup fishery that's already loaded about $74 million into its efforts. Octopi have been getting unprecedented attention in recent years, from the 2014 video of an octopus walking on land to the endless stream of footage showing octopi adorably and sometimes ferociously fighting with other aquatic animals and humans alike. These feisty creatures are beloved online and off, as evidence of Netflix's stunning uber-popular documentary, My Octopus Teacher. Yet, in spite of the overwhelming public and scientific acknowledgement of their intelligence, which led last year to the UK to legally declare them sentient, octopi fishing has boomed, with some analysts declaring it the fastest-growing food production source globally.
They're very smart, It'd be like having gorilla soup.
Naturally, overfishing octopi has become a major concern, hence the desire for octopus farms. So they are going to start up this octopus farm, and we'll see how that ends up going. So, all right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file. Hey, by the way, real quick, Steve, you had mentioned keeping pudding in your car.
Yes.
Keeping loose pudding in your car.
Yes.
You know what I actually keep as an emergency?
What?
In case I were to get stranded for some reason, I keep beef jerky in there.
Beef jerky?
Because it can last for a couple of years.
So I got this pre-done kit that actually has that in it, for the car.
Right. So we got sent a bunch of beef jerky.
Did we?
That I put in my car now.
Yeah.
It is from a place called Side Project Jerky, and I wanted to thank them. Marcos Espinoza is the guy. He said, Marissa tells me you're big beef jerky fans. Well, we are pleased to meet you. And he said that our company, Side Project Jerky, collaborated with local Philadelphia chefs to create unique flavors outside the normal jerky offerings.
We would love to jam our meat in your mouth.
And so he sent us a bunch of them. So thank you, man. That was
That's
very
really
cool.
nice.
I appreciate that. So
Yeah.
Side Project Jerky is now in my car for just such an emergency.
Yes, I got one of these pre-done kits, Preston, that is it's like a big duffel bag. It has, honestly, it would only be appropriate if I drove through the Andes every day. For local travel, it's ridiculous. It's way overkill.
Nice. All right, well, listen, you know what you can keep in your car, but it won't last long, is Rita's Water Ice.
Yeah.
Today, they are now open. Rita's is open, yes, and they have given us some goodies to give away. So I have a $25 gift card, and we'll take caller number 9 at 215-263-WMMR. Rita's open. You can download their new mobile app and start scooping up all sorts of cool rewards, and then head out to your local Rita's to enjoy all your favorite frozen treats. So caller number 9, we will set you up. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
have. I'm sorry.
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
So it was a
right to what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe
so the
one notch closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, yes, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. That's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not. The
I
court
bet you it's like Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we hate.
That we hate?
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
But it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, "This is outrageous.
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even wonderful."
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 to 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how...
Wait, for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during the relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap. And before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
Exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of it.
Speaking of boner dreams,
Okay.
have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never
I thought
have.
that
A
always
nocturnal emission?
No, yeah, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like
No.
teenagers.
It
No.
happens to some
Never.
people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, the docking is about to happen. And
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to
Not
dock
that
together?
kind of docking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean, that's what docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar. No. Yeah,
You were about
not
to
docking. You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those things.
Oh.
Absolutely none of those things at all.
Oh my God.
Did you do the foreskin thing again, please?
I've lost the foreskin.
Oh my God.
This docking is going to be one for the history books. We're going to be like a Chinese finger puzzle.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. And it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason was for the split?
Yeah, I haven't read it, so I can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share 2 children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares...
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares 2 children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Neria and Syria.
Yeah. But Neria, N-E-R-I-A-H. Well, listen,
this is
Heaven's
Africa.
11, so
I think it's Nariah, maybe.
Nariah.
Okay.
And Soraya.
Yeah, you're right.
Soraya.
Psoriasis and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh.
Diarrhea and psoriasis.
This is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
This is our son priapism.
She was married to and her sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where.
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
moved on to somebody
squirts.
Else. When you said this initially that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
for a while. Yeah. And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
She does mild incontinence.
Well, she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. No, it's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that.
Leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt
peed a
bad
little.
for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Which are, by the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
I
didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere in there. Not like full-on diapers. I could be crapping myself.
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're talking about
they have this huge 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love
And then
them.
I go around with this huge pacifier.
No.
Think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great.
But we wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah. That was my my big break into radio as I wore diapers to live broadcasts.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker.
There you go.
You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head. I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? If it like a cone
Put
head.
your back scratcher in there.
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I would try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right,
Almost
come
got
on,
it.
jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got it.
Oh man.
No?
God, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm trying to help you.
Albino Johnny
man.
Bravo. I got a diaper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry,
Casey.
Casey's got the right.
Oh,
Casey's got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
This is not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great, actually.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the front?
What's in the front? You mean what's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
Make me a super thing tomorrow because I have a sale.
It's business in the front, and the party's in the back.
Diaper in the back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent.
So,
where you,
so
it's
Nick,
where you pee and poop.
what I was wearing was...
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
Okay.
What I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear.
Okay.
Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow.
Brooke peas or pants.
What's that?
That's how we started talking about.
No, yeah. So
pants.
Brook Park peas or pants. Yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right. Let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single "Rats" has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know. The 26-second excerpt comes comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
the Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Was it though?
No.
Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash dash dash.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Thanks, Kath. We have a new Daily
Ghost
Rush video that's up. It
Tobias
is
Ford.
Sam, the cooking guy, who we spoke to yesterday. Great conversation with him.
Really good.
Yeah. And we tried his potato chip mashed potatoes hack and had to talk to the master. He also gives us some tips on how to make the perfect cheesesteak. And you can see that now. You can follow Instagram for a first look at the Daily Rush videos, sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. And you can learn more at xfinity.com, by the way. Hey, real quick, I want to thank, somebody said this, and by the way, we stream on YouTube if you want to get a peek into the studio, because I'm going to hold this up to the camera. But I got this package. It's for the show. And it says, in case you guys need a sign for your new Sharts and Crafts area. And by the way, I had mentioned, so from time to time, people will send us these little handmade gifts. And, they have to do with, us, the members of the show, things we say, whatever it may be, logos and so on. And, they just kind of hang out for a little bit, and then I have to get rid of them. I got to make room. Well, I want to display some, and they need to be decent. They need to be of some, quality, and we'll display them. And I got this lovely little needlepoint Preston and Steve Sharts and Crafts.
That's really nice.
Awesome.
So this
That's
will
perfect.
be, I will put this up in the display to kind of label the display. Yeah. And
Were you working on the display yesterday? I thought I heard you tinkering around behind
a
me.
little bit. I need to make some room. I need to do some things. So we'll get it all straightened out.
We need we need actually, Preston, a shelf on the wall as you walk into the right.
As soon as you
extend
walk
it.
into the studio,
right? So that you
maybe
into the office, because that's where
into
you're
the
doing it,
office.
right?
Yeah, in the office, yeah. So anyhow, it says he said this is from Matt McMillan, by the way. And his list of credits are hot dog throw record breaker.
Oh, yeah, Matt's
He
great.
Actually has a Guinness World Record.
Yeah.
Dad who remixed Baby Sounds into Thunderstruck.
Yes, excellent.
The Bird Box Challenge champ, an unofficial friend of the show, and he says one can dream. Matt, you're a friend of the show, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're an official friend of the show.
That's exciting.
So thank you, man. We appreciate that. That was really, really cool. So I'll put this in the
I can imagine doing that is relaxing. People, what is that technically? What is that?
I think it's needlepoint.
Needlepoint, yeah.
So thank you.
That's a great follow on Instagram, by the way. I'll put it up on my account, but he's really creative and really funny.
And a couple of texts real quick that says, good morning, my 8-year-old Charlotte was diagnosed with a concussion yesterday from a ski accident. Oh, man. We are streaming now as she is on cognitive rest. No screens, no school, no reading. Can you give her a shout out? So, yeah, if people are on brain rest, on cognitive rest, maybe they can still listen to the radio. She said it would make her day. Thanks, Suzanne from Lansdale. So a shout out.
Yeah, absolutely.
To Charlotte. Hang in there, relax, and you'll be better soon. And we appreciate you listening. It's really cool. And another text I want to mention real quick. It says, because Rita's is here this morning, it says, I'm probably the only person in the area that is offended by after all these years that Preston has not assimilated to saying wood or ice.
He will never. He will never.
I will not do it.
Nope.
Unless I'm just joking around.
Yeah.
There's a great Instagram. You follow that? I know, Marissa, you turn us on.
Yeah. It's called Water Ice, right?
Water Ice. It's great.
Yeah.
All right. And another thing, you want to mention something, Casey?
Yeah, just a real quick. Just talking about cognitive rest. I think I need to go on cognitive rest, Preston.
What's wrong?
I just realized. You know how I was complaining about my bananas yesterday?
Yes.
Casey dropped the F-bomb.
What happened?
The hell? You do need to go on cognitive rest.
So the first banana I ate, I was like, what the freak is this thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it a plantain?
It's a freaking plantain.
You bought plantains?
It's a freaking plantain.
Oh, my God.
That's really funny.
So, and it just, like, in the very beginning of the break, I'm looking at it, I go, let me check the code on this, because you guys know what the banana code is?
Yeah, it's 4022.
No, it's 4011.
Oh, 4011, I'm sorry.
So I go, let me check the code, because I had been looking. I've been staring at this label.
Oh, my God.
And I stared at it at the supermarket on Sunday night. And then finally, I looked at the number just 5 seconds ago. It's not 4011.
Listen, in your defense, they are very similar.
Yep, and especially this one. Sometimes they look dramatically different than a banana, Casey. This one, it's by Dole. It's got a sticker from Dole on here.
Yeah, it
looks like
so
a
I either
banana.
buy Chiquita or Dole bananas, and this looks a lot like a banana.
By the way, I love like plantain chips.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah,
yeah,
really good.
But busting one open and eating it raw like this,
It's a disappointment.
it's not the same.
People don't do that, right?
It's like eating a potato.
Yeah. So did you even start to peel it?
Yesterday.
I was having a hard time.
I can't get it open.
Dude, it was.
I can't get it open.
It won't open.
But I can't open this banana.
Dude,
I love that you did this.
Well, here's the deal.
Yeah.
At least these things aren't expensive. You know, apples are expensive. Bananas, why are they so cheap?
I don't know.
It's like $1 for a bunch of bananas.
Why get mad? It's wonderful. We live in a time of bountiful plantains and bananas.
Dude, grapes are expensive, man.
Are they?
Yeah. Like,
that
I go
something-
get a bag of grapes, they're like $10.
I was about to invest in gold, Preston. Should I switch to
You gotta
grapes?
switch to grapes, man. I'm telling you. That's pretty funny.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
here's a little ripe plantains. Here's a little fact for you that was just brought up. Ripe plantains are sweet like a banana without the banana flavor. They can be eaten raw, but are best when they are fried. The edges caramelize and become crispy like the edges of pancakes cooked in butter.
All right, so I guess maybe I'll bring this home and I'll stick it in the air fryer and I'll eat it as a snack.
Try to
later on
compare.
today.
Honestly, but plantain chips are very good.
Yeah.
I like them a lot. Now, oddly enough, though, they're very high in calories.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow, that's a fun little nugget from today.
You want
Casey?
another nugget?
Sure.
You know what today is? You just mentioned.
It's Fat Tuesday.
Well, and
It's the meteorological first day of spring.
National Pancake Day.
Oh, National Pancake
no way.
Day.
Is it really?
Well, it's interesting because I was going to go to the pancake direction because of Fat Tuesday. There's, believe it or not, and I was reading about the history of Fat Tuesday in the United Kingdom. So there's a couple. Let me start here first, okay? So Fat Tuesday is, in case you're curious, the day before Ash Wednesday. It is the intertwining of a period of festivals and feasts that lead to a time of fasting and reflection, also known as Shrove Tuesday.
Shrove?
And Mardi Gras.
Yeah, Shrove is a religious term.
This enduring celebration has many traditions and deep roots around the world. So Mardi Gras dates back, which is French for Fat Tuesday, by the way. That's what the interpretation of that means. Dates back to the ancient Roman festival honoring the deities Lupercalia and Saturnalia, which took place in mid-February. When Christians arrived in Rome, they incorporated the festival into Lenten preparations. For centuries, the feast prepared Christians for the season of Lent and used up valuable meat and supplies that they would be abstaining from in the days to come. So they would need to get rid of that stuff or it would go bad.
Okay.
And thus
so that's why they would just go
reckless
crazy.
abandon. Yeah.
So it wasn't like, man, I need to do this because I'm not going to be able to do it for a while.
Party!
It's like, this is going to go to waste. If we don't eat it,
Yep.
let's make sure that we finish it all up before we go into this fasting period.
Isn't it Fosnock Day today?
It is also
Okay.
Fosnock Day, yes. So traditions surrounding the day have changed through the ages. Through time and culture, the practices of Lent and Carnival, Mardi Gras, and Shrove Tuesday have varied and become incorporated into regional customs. And here's where pancakes come in. In the United Kingdom, Shrove Tuesday is also known is Pancake Day.
I wonder if he knows there's a whole celebration for him.
Are the perfect menu item when the future includes abstaining from fats, eggs, and sweets. And in Russia, they celebrate the entire week during Shrovetide as Pancake Week. Wow. I don't know if they're doing that right now, but yes, Pancake Week in Russia. So while the French didn't originate the medieval feast, they did put their stamp on it, from parades to beignets and colorful masks. The last day of Carnival is full of elaborate costumes and lavish food, sure to hold the revelers over through the long fast. During the 16th century, we're kind of in the historian segment here now.
Hang on.
Are we?
Yes, during the 16th century, the ancestors celebrated bouffe gras. Is that how you pronounce that, Nick?
Yeah.
Bouffe gras, fatted calf, is what that means, which included parading a bull. Yes, the
From the
historian.
Historical Library of the Studios of WMMR, we present The Historian, already in progress.
So it included this, the bouffe gras included parading a bull decorated with flowers through the city. The decorated animal is followed through the streets by a ratoon of colorfully dressed attendants.
Are you part of the ratoon?
And bands playing unusual instruments as well.
You're playing a salami.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
Usually about the bologna, but
Yeah, but not today. So there was even a bouffe gras society in Mobile, Alabama.
Of course there was.
New Orleans holds the crown for Carnival and Mardi Gras celebrations in the United States. While the city is filled with French flavor and style, its culture is an electric infusion of many cultures. Colorful king cake and thick, savory muffaletta sandwiches only suggest the indulgence possible on Fat Tuesday, of course, because you get etouffee and po' boys and jambalaya and all that stuff to add to it.
It's this great metamorphosis. Man, Preston, for the longest time, we gave Fat Tuesday the hardest run we could. It was something. It used to be something here in Philadelphia. When we first started doing it at Y100 at Fat Tuesday and then progressed to a number of different areas. I mean, and we went full bore, but it just eroded over time.
It did.
And it just wasn't on the radar for a lot of people.
So my son has actually a friend who lives not too far from Fat Tuesday. And by the way, Fat Tuesday, that club on South Street, is still there.
Right.
And so I had picked him up, and I was driving past it, and I told him about the riots that had happened down there, and that
crazy
how they tried to, and I don't know who they is, but they tried to blame us for the riots that were happening at 10 o'clock at night.
Just because the banners were up still at the time that the riots occurred. But there was, to put it in perspective, again, Preston, you remember we'd show up like an hour and a half before the show just to get ready and all that stuff. We're talking about 5 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning. There was a line of completely blasted people around the corner, down a couple blocks. It was pure carnage.
I thought it was great that they added us in the blame for that, that debacle. It was crazy. So, by the way, credit for bringing Mardi Gras to America goes to French explorers Pierre Lemon sur d'Iberville and Jean-Baptiste Lemon sur de Benneville. I guess that's where they're from. I don't know. Or maybe that's the full name. In 1699, d'Iberville had reached the mouth of the river on Shrove Tuesday, near what is now Louisiana, and named it Pointe du Mardi Gras. So thanks to their establishment of Fort Louis de la Mobile, modern-day Mobile, Alabama lays claim to the first Mardi Gras celebration on American soil in 1703.
So in sentiment, or at least more sort of a gluttonous observation, right? Has it changed much since then? Obviously, there are things that have been added to it, but the general tenor of it was very celebratory, right?
Yeah, I believe so. What
radio station was there when they did that?
Established Nouvelle New Orleans in 1987. Mardi Gras celebrations reportedly began immediately. In 1875, Louisiana declared Fat Tuesday an official holiday. Now, here's an interesting bit of trivia. Why do people wear masks? Those for Mardi Gras? Where do they wear?
Why do they?
It's a really interesting story. So it says the masks add a bit of mystery to the occasion, but in the early days of Carnival, the masks allowed classes to mingle without fear of tarnishing their reputation.
Oh, you're a gas pumper.
Yeah. So yes, exactly. So the upper crust could mingle and wear these masks and not have to worry about
trying to get some lower class strange.
Yeah, getting in mixed up in this.
Yeah, well, I kind of love all that pageantry. So though I've never been. Have you ever been to New Orleans?
Yeah,
I was there right after. And
I was
there.
Mess. I was there during Mardi Gras, New Orleans, and on Bourbon Street, and the parade and everything, and it was a sight to behold. It was something else. It was crazy, and we got lucky because where we were staying was up. It was we were up on a
you need that
a balcony.
Yeah,
and that's kind of like the prime spot.
Sure.
To be.
Yeah.
And so they're obviously they're throwing the beads, but they throw off other things. I caught a spear. Like they threw one of those toy spears with a rubber end on it, and I carried that thing around all night long. It was so cool.
So after New Orleans, isn't St. Louis the biggest Fat Tuesday celebration?
I believe so. Yeah, there's a French area called Soulard,
right?
And so they do a big deal,
and they still do it, don't they?
Yeah,
and they've been doing it right. I always thought that we always suggested, man, if you own this, if the city got involved and did something with it, it'd be a big revenue generator.
Send it to bootleggers. But just as well.
Well, that's where we did bootleggers. We did strip clubs. We did everything.
Like the last one.
Finally, we were at a public library.
Kind of fizzled.
Yeah. We've got, I guess the Mummers is kind of our version of that with the pageantry and all. And a segment of them will get hammered and go have a good time and everything.
Segment.
All right, everybody does.
How late is this one? Are we late with the?
Well, yeah,
as far as
Easter's
in the year?
Easter's super late this year, and Easter and Fat Tuesday and Ash Wednesday are all related.
Right.
I never understand why they come on a particular date or whatever.
How does it shift around? Yeah.
Yeah, Easter is like the 16th or the 17th of April.
July.
No, of April this year. So it's much later than normal.
All right. Anyhow, happy Fat Tuesday if you're celebrating. Enjoy and do yourself a good day and have some king cake and all that other stuff.
Do whatever the hell you want.
Fasnacht as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Jack Head's Bakery and get some Fasnacht.
Right. All right, listen, we're going to break. We're going to come back in a moment. I guess this was the historian already in progress. But we're done with that now.
Didn't have his pipe.
Yes.
Didn't have anything.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Not even sure it was real.
I didn't.
In fact, I think it was a crock of crap.
Next time I will. I actually have some great historian stories. We'll have to get to that.
We'll see.
At some time in the future. We're going to break. When we return, 3 guests in a row and find out who they are when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
When I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with Rats.
What's that? That's Rocky
doing the Rocky.
Exactly.
Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
Dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
it's him and Apollo, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, it is.
Palo.
But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter. Yeah, you don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah. Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good.
Who's doing it?
It's one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon, long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe. There we go. If you have the clip, yeah. So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight. Excuse me, now I gotta feed the seagulls. What? They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand. You're an idiot! I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
Instead of fighting. This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was actually about ghosts.
Oh, ghosts.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
Oh, right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman. Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Ghostman. Can you talk some sense into this bitch?
That's how you fight with your woman. Scooby-Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Somebody out?
Kevin.
Kevin. Okay, Kevin.
Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do Me With the Devil is not a correct title.
All right, but it's going to hurt. I have horns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask
Oh, God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know
I
it.
know. Wahoo!
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the Devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil! All right,
Okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is pain and
Baby's Day Out. It's Spanish.
It's pain and glory.
Okay.
His production house El Desio announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas.
Yes.
And Penelope Cruz.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will.
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a. What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle. It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know?
And you snash is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude.
Totally went there.
It sounds less
what's a
FCC
snash?
offensive.
When you say snash?
See, you snash. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snash?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. Your snash.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know.
It's not FCC violation.
It's okay.
No.
Should be good.
Yeah.
SNASH. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right, then.
He says Spanish 101.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll
just say a friend of mine.
A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes, this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Murder, suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
they'd done it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed that and because they were especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like, so.
Very committed to her?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was like one of those deals, like, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years.
Yeah. They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came
she
by,
called them meshies?
she kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts.
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this? Are we? Okay, just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay. And she would perform on him.
Okay, so this would be no underwear?
No underwear, just meshies.
Okay.
And she would.
She would
She'd
show
use her mouth.
her mouth.
She would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's doing with her
No,
mouth.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he have to have mesh shorts on?
Because they're thinner and as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, there's not as much. It's almost like wearing latex, I guess, or something.
I guess
the mesh shorts allows you could feel breath through them.
Yeah.
You could feel. They're aerated a little bit,
right?
So
now,
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, so it's one of two reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want.
Yeah.
Contact.
Was this? Was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's one of two reasons. Either
plausible deniability, I think, is what the meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
Take off the damn shorts. Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
We're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh on flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself for marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
And for many people that's I wouldn't besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line.
How do you get excited about that either? You know.
Well, he hadn't had it.
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's like Friday night, but ooh, meshy, go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Got it. Steve, did you check under the bed?
Yes. Right. Where are my Oreos?
But wait a minute. So would he?
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
He's
can
doing a lot
happen
of laundry, I guess.
when your friend told you about this.
And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah.
No,
it's not,
I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend
meshies is code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later or?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during.
The period.
While you knew they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94 through 96 or something like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh, yeah.
or- okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was because, now it's, he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
But to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a okay, like a little bit of a turn on? Still?
No. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time, you know what I mean? They
People will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah, meshies.
They shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts. Really?
Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I
They're a
own.
little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
Yeah, this guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Mm-hmm. Now, my friend wears really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants. Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah.
Like that's the noise you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin' pants.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have to. Jerome Hammond had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
the
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless.
All right, thank you,
and his
Kathy.
skull,
Our
skin, and
next
features are yet to be-
guest is an athlete, an artist, and a designer.
Oh, who knew that?
Who knew that? And he's back with his old teammates, and he's going to be banging the drum, which is something they're new that they're doing at the Flyers games. Please welcome former Flyer Ville Leno to the show this morning. Ville, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. It's good to see you again. Welcome back. You were in town. Have you been in town for a little bit? Because I saw pictures of you and Danny Briere and Scotty Hartnell back together.
Yeah, I came to the game on Saturday. Good to see those guys and people around. It's been fun. I love the atmosphere at the rink and the people around the team. So
yeah,
very cool.
And so, do you currently live in Finland? Or are you back in your home country now?
Yeah, I live in Helsinki, and it's been a while since I got back because of the COVID and the restrictions. So it's good to be back visiting here.
Nice. So I mentioned a couple of things, Ville, at the top. Is that art and design and things like that are part of your world? I mean, back when you were playing with the team, which was 2009 to 2011, we just knew you as an athlete. Had these things always been a part of who you were, or is this surfaced as of late that you dive into that?
Yeah, it's kind of been late. I feel like I always had that side, but it's been late development and something I was just following my instincts and guts to do, and so I kind of turned into that, and it's been a really big part of my life after that, obviously.
So we're looking at and some of your pictures and murals. You work on a pretty large scale frequently. Did you start small, or did you say, what the hell, let me paint a building?
I mean, the thing is, like, when you start small, those are the first ones, but then you turn into the big pieces, which are more fun, and you can just throw paint around, and it's more inspirational. I feel like it's so much more fun.
And it's also from artists that I know. It's expensive. It's expensive for the paints, right?
It is. Painting is super expensive and costs a lot. So I have a big appreciation for the artists too. Like, it's so hard to make it. Like, you have to get some prices on those paintings too.
What do you think is more expensive? Because we just had a conversation about this: the actual painting or getting it framed, which is like crazy.
I think the framing is more expensive.
Exactly.
To be honest. Yeah, that it is.
What if Picasso had just been a framer instead of an artist? He would have done so much better.
Hey, you know what else is expensive? Hockey's expensive. You talk to hockey parents.
Oh God, yeah.
And I'm telling you, the equipment you have to buy, and the fact that kids grow out of that equipment.
Yes, I didn't even think of that.
It gets crazy, and I'm sure. Look at you, Ville. You're just too damn expensive.
You're just a money hole.
That is true. It is expensive, and I don't know. Hopefully, something will happen, because I don't know how everybody can afford it, and it's a great sport.
Yeah,
but
it is. It is.
It is very expensive.
I wanted to ask about your clothing brand, Bilebino, and this has been around for a little while now, correct?
Yeah, we started 2014.
Okay, and what all is it? What type of? Because I'm not familiar. You're going to have to bring me up to speed on what your clothing line is all about.
Right. So we're more like streetwear, contemporary. Our big products are hoodies, T-shirts, sweatshirts, beanies, caps. Now we're turning more into jackets and all other stuff too. So we do pretty much the whole package now.
So you collaborated with Angry Birds. How did that collaboration come about?
Well, it's a Finnish company, right? And we've been talking about it for a while, and they made us our own character, the Billy Bird, and style it. They designed it like me, has a little beard and long hair and a beanie on. So that was quite fun. They did some videos for it, and it was a super nice project. They gave us a chance there.
Let me tell you something. If you can get, of all the things, if you can get like a clothing line, you can get like that. Now we talked about all the suckholes that your other hobbies are, but the fashion thing, if something clicks, you're off and running.
Yeah, it's funny because it takes a while, and then you're trying to build a brand, do all the things right, and not to be too fast. You kind of want to have the little slow burn tactic, but then you're always waiting for that moment and something big happens, and you're working towards that. And it's a hard business, but it takes a lot of patience. And once you get the ball rolling, it's huge.
Wow. Billy, when it comes to the Olympics, I think the Americans lost in the first round of the medal round this year, and Finland went on to win the gold. And so it was tough, as a U.S. hockey fan, to watch our team bow out early. But it was fun to root for Finland, especially because they went up against the Russian team. So it was nice to have sort of like a villain in there. And it was the first gold medal in Finland's history, which is amazing. So what was that like for you as a Finn? What was it like for the country?
I mean, Finland take their hockey pretty seriously. It's by far the biggest sport, and people are diehards for it. And obviously, it was a big thing for the Finnish people. It's almost like they get a little boost of the Finnish nationality for it, so they get a little more courage and feeling good about themselves. So those are big events for us, and obviously, first gold medal, winning against Russia, it's a big thing for Finnish people.
Was there a big celebration when they got home? Was there any kind of a parade or anything like that?
They had a parade, but it was like huge blizzard, and it's just like Finnish celebration. It's like Vikings came over and snow everywhere, and there was a concert, and people are all over snow, and cameras are on snow, but people came. I think there was like 10,000 people. But it was kind of weird setup.
Billy, while you're in town or while you're in the country, I mean, you didn't just play for the Flyers. You played for the Sabres in Detroit and a few others. You hitting any of the other cities where you played while you're visiting the States?
Well, I don't know if they will take me in Buffalo anymore, but Detroit, I still have some friends there, but usually when I come to States, I always come to Philly. I have such a good friends here, and obviously I had a good run. People around the team, they're still same people, and I know a lot of people, so I always like coming here. It's so much fun. I feel like it's kind of my second home.
It's weird because when you're actively playing and you build up friendships on a team, and then you move to another team, and I think at some level, maybe athletes, experience. That's a unique thing, I think. Where your buddies, your team, the people that you rely on that have your back. You forge these relationships. Then off to another city, and it's got to be jarring. And I guess you have to build up the skill to roll with that.
Well, yeah, it's kind of every team you go into, you set up a new setup there, like as friends, as teammates, and sometimes it clicks and sometimes it doesn't, but you're going to be ready to moving on and be open about things. But it's also funny that some teams and some people and some personnel you get to know a little better. You have to create that bond. Like I played in so many teams and I lived in so many countries and cities that I can't keep in touch with everybody. So at some teams you feel like, and some people you connect with, and it's something you do unconsciously that you have built a relationship and feel better with some other people, right?
Right.
Hey, Billy, I'm looking at a picture of you on your Instagram account, and you're standing in a some type of an arena. You're holding a racket. What game is that? Is that pickleball you're playing?
No, it's this. It's hard to always explain. It's called paddle. and it's not like paddle. You have that paddle tennis right here in U.S., but it's not exactly similar. It's kind of a mix between squash and tennis.
Okay.
So you have these glass walls, but it's kind of similar to pickleball, but a little bit faster.
Okay.
But it's huge in Europe and Finland. I think in Italy they're building 200 courts a week, and fastest growing sport I think in the world right now. And we have two facilities, one in Helsinki and one other city in Finland that we run kind of through Villabeno, so we have red carpets and red black setup and a lot of art. So it's a little bit of a different kind of sport experience, if you will. A lot of music and the sport's also a lot more fun because it's not so serious.
Okay.
And you can grab beers and so on. So that's something I've been doing for a few years now.
Has that become kind of your physical activity or your sport, or are you playing any other things?
I do that, and then obviously I could do a little running and go for a gym, and I try to work out every morning almost like 6 times a week and try to keep my cardio on and feel better about myself. So that's the main thing. I work out.
Nice, man. Well, it looks fun. I'd like to find a game like that to play, which would be cool. Keep you moving. All right. Well, listen, Ville, it's great that you're in town. Have a good time at the game tonight, and we'll look into this designer. What's the word I'm looking for? God Almighty,
fashion line.
The fashion line. That's the word I can't think of. Looking at the fashion line, I might have to order something, and hopefully we'll see you again in town sometime in the near future.
Oh, thank you, guys. You go check that bottle also. It's kind of fun. It looks crazy. So
okay,
definitely might be something you can talk about. Any tips for the drumming?
Practice your paradiddles. It's an essential rudiment, and that'll help you out. All right.
All right.
All right. Thanks, man. All right, Ville Leno, guys. I love it, man.
I forgot that Angry Birds is out of that area.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I had no idea, and I guess maybe that's why they make those weird noises.
Yeah.
Man, I was addicted to that game.
That's what they need.
That's the new version.
Yeah.
All right. Well, another thing that's taking place in the very near future, in fact, it starts on the 5th and goes through the 13th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, is the Philadelphia Auto Show. And this is always a big event every year because all the stuff you've been looking for is there.
I've got a number of years, and so this is really cool to have it back, and I'm looking forward to going to this, especially with all the new EVs.
And this is why we always have this guy on every single year to bring us up to speed on what's happening at the Philadelphia Auto Show. He is the director. Please welcome Michael Gamete to the program. Hey, Michael.
Hey, man, it is so great to be back, and I'm sorry I can't be there in the studio. I always miss my annual visit, but I'll take anything I can get at this point.
And we miss those awesome jackets you always bring to us. Those are great, man.
We can still ship things out.
Yeah, well then, yes, do that, and then if you can include personal checks for. No, I'm kidding.
No, the jacket I always get is perfect for.
It's great.
It's perfect like fall and spring golf. It's light. It doesn't constrict you when you're playing.
They're the only ones I keep when we get swag because they're really well done. But enough about our jackets.
Yeah, please, we don't have to go on and on. So, Michael, getting set up for the whole thing. Is this back full force now this year for the auto show?
It's one of those things where we're so happy to be coming back, just like so many other things that are trying to get back out there and be what they were. And instead of baby steps, I like to look at it as we're taking really large leaps forward. But to say we're back in full force. No, we're not quite there because, we've been facing not only the pandemic, you have an auto industry that's been going through a massive chip shortage and it's made car availability tough. And so there's a lot of different things and forces that were kind of in our way. But, man, I tell you, we have a great show to put out there for everybody. You're going to see a lot of what you've always loved and what you've always seen when you come down there.
Listen, you mentioned the chip shortage. I bought a car. I got a car last year. I had ordered it the year before, and that's how long it took for it to get in. So there's a big time, slowdown in being able to get the vehicles that you want. But if you do want to shop around and take a look at something, if you're going to be in the market in the very near future, clearly the Philadelphia Auto Show is a place to go because you guys have everything there.
No, we really do. And really, like I said, part of it was bringing back what people know and love about the show the most. So obviously the number one reason people come is to see, shop, compare, And we have 550,000 square feet of auto show ready, laid out in front of you with a lot of excited manufacturers with some tremendous cars and lineups. And we were, even with the pandemic, even with the chip shortage, we're able to bring out new and exciting features like our new E-Track. We have Camp Jeep, which has been there before, but it's in a totally refreshed and larger version. We still have a tremendous lineup of classic vehicles. We still have our lower haul with all of our aftermarket accessorized cars. We still have movie cars. So, we're able to bring back a large amount of what people have always come to love about going down to the auto show. It is still the auto show. We would not be putting it out there if we weren't happy to brand it as the Philadelphia Auto Show.
Let me tell you something. Part of the big joy of going to the auto show, and again, you do get a chance to compare and see different models and so on and so forth. I love the concept cars that you'll see sometimes. I mean, there was it hasn't come anywhere close to being on a consumer basis now, but there was a Buick I remember seeing a couple years back that was the sleekest looking thing. And, a lot of times they get, we can't mass produce this. This isn't going to be a thing. But you see some really cool cars. And I love the juxtaposition of that, as you said, with the movie cars and the classic cars and all these things. So even if you're not shopping, it's like a car museum of sorts.
Yeah, we love to call it like infotainment. And really, the manufacturers do that better than anybody. Within the manufacturer booths, not only are you going to see, amazing vehicles and a huge lineup of EVs this year, you're going to, each one of them has different ways of creating an experience within their area to kind of give you the information you want to get about their manufacturer, but in a really cool and exciting way, whether it's a simulator that you'll find in Hyundai or Ford. Hyundai also has a game show. Toyota has a play-along game show where you can win prizes. And so it's the manufacturer's way of trying to not only get their product out in front of you, but do it in a really cool, really fun, memorable way. And it is. It's a great experience. It's just as important about what it is to go down to the city. And now with the vaccine mandate being lifted on the bars and restaurants, you can enjoy the bars and restaurants and the Reading Terminal Market and the things you do when you come downtown to enjoy the auto show. And we're in March.
Yeah.
We got all this extra sunlight. We got all this, we got 60, 70 degree weather ahead of us. I mean, we don't know what to do with ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Steve had earlier mentioned, the excitement for the EVs. You just said the EVs and the car that has actually been on my radar for a little while, and I can actually take a look at it for the first time ever, is the new Subaru EV. It's a Solterra. And so I can actually get down there and actually take a look at it outside and in.
The Solterra is going to be down there. Hyundai is bringing an awesome display. They're going to have their puppy adoption area back. Subaru loves pets. They're huge tied in with national parks, so an EV is perfect for Subaru. They've always been huge supporters of the show, being that their national company is right there in Camden. And the Solterra is a 220-mile range. Charge 80% of the vehicle in about 45 minutes. It's a great new offering from Subaru. They're proud to bring it out and have it on display. Great display right as you walk in the Hall C.
That's what people are. So listen, in general, you start to do your research and you say, okay, what's the distance on this, the recharge, all that stuff. It'd be a good way to get all that information and start to compare. One of the things, though, because these vehicles have no exhaust, you have the track inside, which is kind of cool. So what's that layout like?
Yeah, it's really exciting. I got to say, out of all the things I've done over my career, laying out this track and being part of it and watching it grow and having the manufacturers join in has been one of the most exciting things ever. It's over 50,000 square feet. And you're going to have vehicles there from Ford is bringing in an F-150 Lightning, which a lot of people have not seen. You'll get a chance to actually ride along in one, along with their Mach-E. Then you have Volvo bringing in the XC40 Recharge along with the C40 Recharge, so a small, midsize, all-electric SUV, kind of crossover vehicle and a small vehicle. And then Kia is bringing in their EV6. So you'll be able to ride along in these vehicles. Very cool space. We have some great Philadelphia-style lighting, landscape pods, and they'll take you around, and it includes an acceleration portion. Because one of the coolest things about EVs that people I don't think realize is their get up and go, the amount of torque and just the responsiveness when you put your foot down and how that car, jumps forward on you. It's nothing like you've ever experienced. So it's a very cool experience.
Always describe it as a golf cart on steroids, and that's
totally. I've said that 1,000 times. Yeah. I've said it all the time. If you've been in a golf cart and you watch people fly back when somebody jams it off the ninth hole, it's just it's the same feeling.
So what currently has the quickest recharge time? I've heard as low as 20 minutes, a half hour, and I think that's. Listen, the thing that I thought the longest time with the EVs is that, I don't know about charging stations and so on and so forth. The truth of the matter is, every time you go home, you're at the gas station. you're plugging in. So that to me that's a cool aspect of it as well. But what are they all pretty much in the half-hour range for a decent charge?
Well, it's funny because there's so many different variables that go into charging a vehicle and what that time is going to be, because there's so many different level chargers, and that's where that confusion comes in.
Right.
There's a level 1 charger that's nothing more than a plug that you get out of your house, and that's like a drip, right? That's going to take a long time. There's a level 2 charger. Then if you go to like a public access charging station, the Hyundai Ioniq 5, which we're going to have at the show, you can get an 80% charge in almost a half an hour. So that's starting to get into that range of acceptability where people are like, okay, maybe I can do that, can live with that. If you get a super high power charger, you're going to drop it even more time. But it's all amounts to what it is you want to install at your house, what your capabilities are, and when you're out on the road, what kind of charging stations are available to you. So you're absolutely right, Steve. I mean, the race right now for EVs is how fast can we charge it and how far can we get it to go.
There we go.
Those are the two things.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So very cool.
Come and check it out and get educated at the Philly Auto Show. What are the times that you guys are open during those days, Michael?
Saturdays we're going to be open from 9 in the morning until 9 at night. Sundays 9 until 6, and weekdays we're open from 12 noon until 9 p.m.
Cool. Nice, and it's easy to get tickets. PhillyAutoShow.com. And
in fact, the one thing we changed, just like a lot of shows, that is the way to get tickets. We're not going to be doing a lot of on-site cash sales, and don't end cash sales. So get them online. A few limited credit card only kiosks at the show, but PhillyAutoShow.com is absolutely the place to go to look at safety mandates, anything you have to follow there, and absolutely the place to get your tickets.
Over 700 vehicles from over 40 manufacturers. You don't want to miss this. Michael, always great to talk to you, sir. Have a good event this year, okay?
Thanks so much for having me back. I can't wait to open it up, guys. Hope you get down there.
Excellent. Yes. Michael Gamete, guys, the director of the Philly Auto Show. So go for it. Yeah, we have a Pacifica. It's a hybrid van, and we just use the level 1 because Rochelle doesn't commute like I do. So you just plug it in. Takes like 14 hours to get a full charge. So it's a long one, but it spends a lot of time plugged in. So
to be honest, I really like the hybrid concept. I wish there was more. I think to get people to port over fully.
Yeah,
I think that's something that is kind of cool. But it's a brave new world.
I mean, I just assume that like all the outlets are the same because we have charging stations here at the in the parking lot here.
Those tend to be so. Like you said, there's different charging levels based on the charger.
No,
itself.
I mean, but like they're all like it's a 3-prong. You know what I mean? Like
I think the one that goes into your vehicle.
Yeah.
Is Tesla proprietary?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
Well, Nick Murphy.
It is. You have to find a very specific Tesla charger. Well, that sucks.
But Tesla also has, they've been at it for a while then, so.
Yeah, so they've kind of cornered a little bit. Hey, by the way, real quick to go on, we have a couple of minutes before we get our next guest on, Don Jameson. But Michael had mentioned the national parks and Subaru and all that stuff. I didn't want to let today get past. Today is the 150th anniversary of the establishment of Yellowstone National Park, our first national park in the country.
The world's first.
Yes, the world's first national park. Exactly.
Amazing.
Correct. And it is one hell of a place to go visit. I've been there 3 times myself. I will definitely go back again if I get the opportunity. But it's 150 years old.
I've been there twice. I mean, you could make that your vacation destination all the time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's bigger than Rhode Island.
Yeah.
I mean, it's massive. I want to get there in the winter. I've been there 3 times in the summer, luckily, and I've never been in the wintertime. But I've heard it's a really cool winter playground.
I drove from Jackson Hole to there in the wintertime and got there and couldn't get in.
Oh wow.
It was too much snow.
Yeah, okay.
It was so they had closed it. And now if you had
it was standing room only.
If you had a snow machine, if you had a snowmobile, you could go on trails and get in there. But we weren't allowed. But that would be amazing because of the heat and the thermal activity in the wintertime would be even more intense.
There's a lodge that's called the Snow Lodge. It's the Old Faithful Snow Lodge, and it's designed specifically for people to stay there in the wintertime.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable place. I mean, it's to give you some of the stats. Yellowstone has the most active, diverse, and intact collections of a combined geothermal features with over 10,000 hydrothermal sites. And half of the world's active geysers are right there in Yellowstone.
That caldera, if that's...
It would destroy the country.
It'll happen at some point.
If it ever blew, in our lifetime, it would wipe everything out. It's that big.
If you kept 6 feet apart.
Maybe. But yeah, and not only that, it's got 4 distinct areas, and I don't remember them all. There's the geyser basin, there's the Mammoth Hot Springs, there's lake, and then canyon,
Grand
and then
Canyon.
canyon, yeah.
And then Groucho and Zeppo.
So you've got upper falls and lower falls in the Grand Canyon, which are just incredible, amazing.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look real when you're standing there looking at it in front of you. But then you have the geyser basins, and that stuff is crazy. And the lake itself is just phenomenal. And plus, you have all the wildlife. You should get there if you have the opportunity to get there.
Make sure you do a little research, though, so you don't have to send some crew in to find you
and
look for your remains in grizzly crap.
Don't walk where you're not supposed to walk, you morons. I'd see stories every year of people that walk out in the middle of these or die from falling into a hot spring.
You remember those people that did? It was a story of the couple. I guess they went and they had literally done no research and cannonballed.
Oh my God!
Into. Yeah, and
listen, it looks inviting. It's crystal clear. It's kind of turquoise blue.
Yeah,
It must be tropical.
Yeah. Well, it's heat sources, volcanic energy.
Yeah.
So anyway, 150 years old today. I thought that was pretty cool. Our next guest is only 125 years old.
That's right.
And he is joining us.
He looks great.
He does. He looks amazing for his age. Actually, he's going to be at Sweeney's Philly Special Saloon next Thursday for a comedy show. You can get tickets at cricketcomedy.com with a K. Hey, it's Don Jameson. Oh, wait. We need some metal. We need some metal to bring on Don. Yo, Don. How you doing, brother?
I am here and I am clear.
You are clear. What does it say behind you? I can't see you. It says
It's that Jameson show, my webcast.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, you were standing right in front of it. Nice to see you, brother.
It's been way too long, you guys. Thanks for having me on again.
Yeah,
absolutely. And speaking of your show, it looks like you're having a lot of fun doing that. You just had friends of our show, Vernon Reed and Corey Glover, were on, right? You did an interview with both of them. They're great. They're playing the MMRBQ this year.
Yeah, what's the crazy thing about Living Color? 2016, we had Vern and Corey on that metal show, obviously when we were doing it, and we had a 16-inch snowstorm in New York that day, and those guys still showed up, and they still came down, and they kicked ass, and it was sort of a relaunch of the band at that time, which I was a fan of Living Color, since the MTV days. And, there's a lot of bands that go away and you kind of go, I wish they'd come back. And then they come back and then you're like, damn, I wish they would have stayed away.
Right. Don, they came out and played
That's not Living Color.
No.
Living Color, we needed you guys. And they're better than ever, man. I love them.
They came out and they played the Camp Out for Hunger a couple of years ago. And, man, it's not like, okay, we're playing in a 10. We can do this at about 60%. They just tore it up. It was amazing.
Corey was hitting these high notes, and this is in the morning for a singer, and we were just baffled. We were blown away how he could still do that. So that's cool that they were on, and that we're going to be seeing this summer, which is sweet, man. So who all do you have on your show? Who are some other people that we would know that you talk to from time to time?
Oh, just 7 Rock and Roll Hall of Famers so far. No big deal. Nothing really to talk about. We've had Alice Cooper on, Ace Frehley, Rob Halford, Matt Sorum, David Coverdale, Glenn Hughes.
Awesome.
And of course, one of my favorite guys, and he always makes the news, Ted Nugent. He's been on a few times, Uncle Ted. So
if you take even besides, the controversial Ted, the rock and roll Ted has a rich legacy. So, you can, and he seems always willing to talk about that. But this is, I love seeing this, and we love seeing this in general because that metal show and everything, obviously, all the ups and downs, and now, because of the state of the art, everyone sort of had to pivot, hate that word after COVID, but it did, and embraced all this technology. And you're able to do all this stuff yourself without beholding to VH1 or whatever.
Yeah, if you could actually imagine an even lower budget that metal show.
Don,
but I am in high def now. So,
congrats.
At least there's that. But yeah, it was the one steady thing for sure during, especially the early days of the plague that we had. that, I knew I was going to be doing that Jameson show, and it could be done from anywhere. Normally, I tape in a studio in New York with Compound Media, but I was able to do it from home. And after about 6 weeks, I basically just declared COVID over for me.
Yeah.
Not for anybody else, but for me. I said that, like I'm my own Dr. Fauci. So I said, this is good.
Yeah.
You don't have to triple mask. And because I had Alice Cooper coming on, I'm like, I don't want to do Alice Cooper from home. Like, I want to be in the studio with all my bells and whistles. And ever since then, it's just, it was one thing that kept me going through, along with some of the crazy COVID gigs, stand-up gigs that I did too, which were interesting.
Don, what was Matt Sorum like? Because I find his era of GNR really fascinating. Adler had left, and Matt Sorum came in, and he was a great drummer, and I loved that iteration of GNR. And then Axl went bananas, and the band kind of fell apart. And Matt just kind of hung around that whole time, and now he's not in the band anymore. So what was that interview like, and what's Matt Sorum up to?
Well, I had Matt on, I think, over a year ago to promote his autobiography, which still has not come out yet, unfortunately, because I think there's obviously a big part of Matt's book is going to be the years with GNR. So I suspect there may be some clearance problems with some of the stories in there. So, but he went from, this guy who, he even says, he grew his hair all out big and poofy back in the day so he could hide the cocaine in there during concerts. But now he's just sort of this chill elder statesman of rock and roll. And, he just goes and does all kinds of cool things. He plays with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top and does all these side projects. And, I think the GNR thing set him pretty much for life. And, now he just goes out and, does his thing.
Rock backstories, rock documentaries, music documentaries, things like that are always engaging. But I have to ask you, have you been watching Pam and Tommy?
Dude, I tell you, I'm going to lose my street cred. Not only have I not seen Pam and Tommy, I haven't even seen The Dirt yet.
Oh God, they're awesome. Well, they're awesome.
Yeah.
The Dirt especially was from left field. And starts the opening 2 minutes of that is a mind blower.
What's keeping you from that, man?
I was too busy watching The Tiger King.
Well, okay, all right, we endorse that as well. So
it's only been over for 2 years. So
let me ask you then in the realm of rock, and you talk to these guys, you become a lot of friends with these guys, and like people who have the rich old school type of rock history, like the stuff where there were lots of stories and you had to pick which one was the one to go with. Where is the story everyone needs to hear? Which rocker has the story that should be made into a movie because it will blow our collective minds?
Oh, listen, I've interviewed Alice Cooper, I don't know, a half a dozen times. And every time I talk to him, he has new stories every time. He doesn't repeat stories. I try to lead him into, hey, Alice, I remember one time you talked about meeting Elvis, and he'll tell a totally different Elvis story from the one that he told me the last time. So he's the kind of guy that's just, built for stories about rock and roll, again, starting with Elvis. And, today, 2022, he's 74 years old. I was just on the Monsters of Rock cruise with him. He's still performing. He's still in his prime, believe it or not. So, the guy just has so much showbiz in him, and he's a consummate storyteller.
We love the guy.
Alice is the next one.
Because it's funny, because I think, I don't know if it was Supermensch or the other documentary, but they both sort of dealt with the agent that basically helped him create Alice Cooper. It's like, how do we get traction with this guy? And the mindset was genius. Let's make parents afraid of him. And that's how they proceeded, and it worked. The funny thing was, and Preston will always bring this up, here's a guy who loves golf, who was a big Bee Gees fan. Mm-hmm. The whole thing was just he had these two things running at the same time, and you could never find out about that aspect of his history, but it's great. And the fact that he succeeded and done this as long as he has is amazing.
Yeah, and been married, Steve, for 45 years.
Wow.
To his wife, Cheryl, who is part of the stage show still to this day.
It's crazy.
And this is how cool Alice is. he's the only guy in show business that ever turned down Raquel Welch for a date in her prime.
I never heard this story.
Insane.
So she asked him out?
She asked him out, but he was already going with his wife-to-be at the time.
Yeah.
And he said he told her no.
Do that?
I don't know
there
whether
you
to
go.
respect that or ram that into the ground. I'm not sure. Hey, Don, I wanted you to expand a little bit on this because we had a discussion a while back on air about whether or not you at any place have caused the complete shutdown or evacuation. And you answered a tweet that had asked that question and said, yes, 2009, Slipknot after party at the Garden, too much free beer and hummus. Care to expand on that?
Which part are you more mystified at? The fact that I had bad gas or that they had free hummus?
Oh, you had bad gas.
Dude, hummus.
Oh, you didn't tie those two together?
No, I missed it.
Oh man. Well, listen, I was backstage, with Florentine, and it's Slipknot's first time headlining the Garden. They're all so pumped up. They're like, this is where Zeppelin's played. This is where Andrew Dice Clay has played. They're going through the whole list of every great entertainer that played Madison Square Garden. And afterwards, they have a party in the middle of the Garden. There's a private club in there. So we go down there afterwards, and Florentine and I are pounding beers, eating the free hummus and stuff. And I just, I can feel, something. There's an injustice being done inside.
Yes.
Right.
And next thing I know, Jim and I are standing there alone, and there's like 200 other people all the way on the other side of the bar.
You cleared it.
I cleared. Not only did I clear it, then so all the guys from Slipknot these are guys who throw up in their masks during the concert. They couldn't even handle it. And now the last guy comes in, Corey Taylor, their singer. I see him walking down the hallway. He's pumping his fist. Yeah, we played the Garden, mother effers. Yeah, time to celebrate. He takes 2 steps in the room. He looks at his assistant. He's like, oh my God, it smells like beer and gas in here.
Yeah.
And he ran out, and he never came back. And I ruined his first time ever playing Madison Square Garden.
That as well is an accomplishment. That's pretty. I love the concept though of, you want to know how crazy this party was? Free hummus.
And Corey's just messed up enough that we became good friends after that. So
no, yeah, he's a cool dude.
Yeah, he's a talented guy. He's in all kinds of stuff. In fact, we were just listening to a cover of Red Rider from yesterday.
Done stripped down.
Lunatic Fringe. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. So with the gig coming up, you're going to be in town next Thursday. Tickets available at cricketcomedy.com. And you just in and out of town and then moving on to something else, or what else is going on in your world?
You cricket comedy, cricket with a K, because that's wacky.
Yep.
So get that.
It's wacky.
I'll be in Pottstown a few weeks after that for the people out in that area at the Rivet on March 24th. But come on down the 10th to Sweeney's Philly Special Saloon. It'll be early St. Patrick's Day celebration. But yeah, I've been, I just did the Monsters of Rock cruise. I was on a rock tour back in the fall with the Dead Daisies, which was a lot of fun. I played a lot of crazy gigs over COVID. I mean, I told people, you got a 6-pack and a hand job, I'll play your backyard.
Nice.
And hummus.
Hey, I forgot to, I just thought of this, Don, and I wish I would have thought of it while we had him on, but we talked to Kiefer Sutherland not that long ago, and I had completely forgotten about the Hickey story.
I'm sure he has too, but there's still a special spot in my neck for him.
Okay. I was wondering if he would have any recollection of that whatsoever. Has anybody ever brought it up to him that you know of?
No, I met a guy that was on his road crew when he goes out and does his band. He came up to me after a show, and for the people who don't know the bit, I do basically a bit on one of my albums about how Kiefer Sutherland was very drunk and he started to kiss my neck, and I went home basically with a hickey, and my girlfriend at the time, shocker, didn't believe that, Jack Bauer gave me a hickey. But yeah, his roadie came up to me after the show, and he goes, hey, I work for Kiefer. I go, oh. He goes, no. He goes, don't worry, dude. He goes, I've heard that story a million times from people. So you're all good. I'm not going to say nothing.
That's awesome, man.
Well, the show's looking like it's a great lineup, and it's just what people need right about now.
Yep. Go ahead, Don.
No, I was just going to say, I haven't been down in the Philly area, doing any shows in a while, so I'm psyched to be back. I was down a few months ago for a Flyers game. Actually, me and Florentine came down and checked out a Flyers game. And I got to say, the fans are getting a little soft in Philly. I'm sorry. I hate to say that. Because after we got out of the game in the parking lot, some woman came up and gave us a bottle of red wine.
Oh.
That's a long way from throwing batteries at Santa Claus. You know what I mean?
It is. So, you know what? We're refining our palate is what's happening in the town, man. All right, Don, good to hear from you, man. Have a good time at the gig. It'll be at Sweeney's Philly Special Saloon next Thursday. Get your tickets and go see him. We'll talk to you soon, all right, man?
Thanks so much, you guys. Great to see you again.
All right, cool. Don Jameson, guys. Yeah! Like I said, tickets at cricketcomedy.com, and cricket is spelled with a K. So go see Mr. Don Jameson. We are going to take a break, and as we do it, our friends from Rita's Water Ice brought by some goodies today, and that means they have goodies for you. So I got a $25 gift card for caller number 14 at 215-263 WMMR. You can shake off the winter blues. Rita's is now open, and you can stop by and get a taste of spring with all your favorite frozen treats. Be cool. Go to Rita's. Call the 14. We got you. Back in a moment.
It is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man.
God. You are the worst ever. God.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
We're half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
Focus on the feet.
Don't look up.
Oh, look at him.
Oh my God, he's great. Give him the mic.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke.
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago, and we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point and had a little
well, he's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time. You don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and she ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because you are, her as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours, and now you're a family man yourself. But her ability to write females that, and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got
to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better. We've gotten better, though.
So we hadn't seen her
talent.
Yes.
And I suppose, Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well because, you come from Hollywood royalty. And
because of my stripping background?
You were a stripper.
Yeah. And
you did that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because you're a family. And you've had to prove in yourself on your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin director of Juno died today or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so. You good? Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong...
No, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
Yeah. I'll give you...
Trach first.
Wait a minute.
The G-spot, yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. Learn stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G-spot is.
It's named after a doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another...
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the...
Lord Cunnilingus.
Yes. Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military title.
It's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up, Nick.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So, it's a G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot. And let me see. It doesn't. Ernst Grafenberg.
Yeah.
His name. Ernst.
I guess him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right, anyhow. We
With
have,
your stupid spots.
what I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right, high five, brother. Right
High
five. Did you say high five?
What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said hey five.
Oh, I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey five, everybody.
Hey five.
The oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the brain.
Good Lord.
Wow, what it actually, I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh, no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey five.
Oh, hey five.
Yeah, hey
By
five.
the way, so my kids do this thing now where if you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's like
What?
it's the nice version.
If you
of
see a
Punch
wild
Buggy.
horse,
Oh, it's a nice version of Punch Buggy. Okay, all right.
Mustang,
high five. Are you a high fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch Buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do
But then
Punch
nobody-
Buggy.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins in that.
Let this Mustang thing breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No.
What
do you do? Hey, Mustang. And you put your hand
Mustang high five.
up? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay.
What is it again?
Yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No, I've done Padiddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight. Mm-hmm.
And Padaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
That's
backhand.
totally
Is that
different.
a different thing?
Yeah, but
it's
it's a
I,
thing.
Yeah, I saw you go.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And I that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, I go, my kids always get me first,
Yeah.
so I finally get to do it.
I
to
was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
Need to do what you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh my
and
God!
Beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which I said, which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes. It's funny, though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go,
Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead, and after that, the team took it over and began giving each other high fives after each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan. And there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm-up. And this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players.
Oh, okay.
And they each come out. And then there's one guy standing near the basket. And he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy. And it took coordination as a little bit of a choreography.
Do you have any special...
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that. Yeah. But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a three-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Boom.
Mouth butt.
That's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually, it's more like this. Super white.
Super white. Yeah, because we didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just
Terry's
as white
black,
as
the
us.
bro shake, and then
Yeah.
Oh, man.
and the snap. All
right.
You got to do
Hey,
this.
wait. He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch pros do this.
Yeah.
There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey's still thinking.
I think you just took a step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry already
You better
booked
brush
it.
up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth billy bass.
A big
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head. An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth billy bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth Billy Bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth billy bass performances,
Well, I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den, he asked Timmerman on his whereabouts.
Where's my fish?
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass...
Where is my fish?
How do you get that high?
Where is my fish? It was right here.
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass was...
You can see the silhouette. It was right there.
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch.
that Billy Bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait, where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on accident.
He was aiming for Shemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you don't want police responding to any domestic situation, but When it's one involving a big mouth Billy Bass.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You would have been, yeah. I think you would have had a story to tell after
It's a
that
story.
one.
The Sherry's Berries are of that ilk.
I just
They
want to
are
give
excellent.
them some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. That just you just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
You
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother? I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't he?
Start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo.
Goo.
Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that.
thinking
Let's go back to
Sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In general,
like trying to do it yourself.
it's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what is this, guys?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know, yeah.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
All right, we got some Bizarre File stories to go through.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by King Shooters. Their indoor range now open on Sundays at noon to 6 p.m. And they are a full-service gun store. You can buy, sell, trade, all sorts of accessories in addition to an indoor range with classes and training. King Shooters, King of Prussia. Well, are you aware of what your neighborhood looks like from the sky? You ever looked on,
yes,
on Google Maps or something like that?
I love to do that.
Well, residents of an English housing estate ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be
ball
able to.
Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth.
It's like Max
Headroom.
Headroom.
Do it slowly.
Oh,
It's
okay.
even sexier.
Okay, here we
Punching
go.
an emergency room doctor. Shelley Webb of Brown Mills was indicted for aggravated assault. Police were called to Capitol Health for an assault on a physician by a patient. The investigation revealed that Webb came into the facility complaining of a migraine headache and believed that she may have been struck by lightning. She became belligerent upon being questioned.
I believe I was killed by a bolt of lightning.
And when the doctor attempted to examine Webb's head, she lunged forward and punched her in the abdomen. She went there for help.
Yeah.
Thought she'd been struck by lightning, and then all of a sudden just freaks out and punches him. So,
do you want me to treat you for your lightning strike or what?
I mean, how can she slap?
How can
she slap?
How can she slap?
A pilot and a passenger were injured after a skydiving plane crashed just short of reaching the Oceanside Municipal Airport Thursday afternoon. The plane is from Go Jump Oceanside, a skydiving company. It was a Cessna 208B Caravan, which holds 9 to 13 passengers. The pilot and the passenger were transported to local hospitals. One patient was in critical condition and the other was in moderate condition. No other people reported on board. The plane came to rest with its nose on its nose with its tail in the air. I always have to ask the question.
Why didn't you jump?
Why didn't you jump out?
You got parachutes.
I'm curious as to, because that happens enough to make you ask. There's got to be a reason.
You got the freaking parachutes.
Why they don't jump out? You're wearing a freaking parachute.
Freaking parachutes right in the plane. Jump out, pull the cord, you're good to go.
Ask some skydivers that sometime. All right, here's another one of these. A man who was struggling to breathe was flabbergasted after Mount Sinai surgeons discovered a half-inch long tooth growing inside his right nostril.
The nostril?
Yeah.
A nose tooth.
Yep.
I love it.
The unnamed 38-year-old New York man had reported to the doctor after experiencing breathing difficulties for several years. An examination revealed that the patient had a deviated septum as well as bone-like growths in the nose.
Imagine during a conference or one of our meetings, it'd be obvious if you were eating something. But if you put the food up your nose.
Yeah. Like you're shoving, pretzel sticks up your nose.
Right.
And slowly it's just disappearing bit by bit as you're going up in there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm chewing on this right now.
With my nose tooth.
So these complications were vexing as the patient didn't sport any visible facial trauma or abnormalities. In order to get to the roots of the problem, oral and maxillofacial surgeon Sagar Kunan and Michael Turner conducted a rhinoscopy, whereupon they discovered a hard, non-tender white mass poking up through the floor of the right nostril.
Yeah, it's a tooth, all right.
It was an incisor in the nose.
And they also found one testicle.
Specifically...
A nose nut.
What is that?
That's a nose nut.
Oh, okay.
That's why we didn't see the nose tooth.
Okay. The nose nut was in the way.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And once they moved the nose nut, they found the nose tooth.
There's a whole, it's like a store in there.
Yeah. Specifically, the man had a 15-millimeter ectopic tooth, which is... it's
one of the Transformers.
No, it's described as having a tooth in an abnormal place.
I will remind you that this is the second story of this nature you've had, I think, in about a month.
Yeah. This condition is exceedingly rare and normally entails teeth sprouting up in the jawbone, under the gum, rather than in the nose.
It's like the worst vampire ever. If the teeth, when the teeth grow, they grow up into your nose.
It remains unclear what causes these interlopers, although in the past doctors have blamed trauma and infections along with a cleft palate or a split in the roof of the mouth since birth.
How would you floss such a tooth? Would you put it in one ear?
And put the floss in one ear and pull it out the other one? Yeah. Thankfully, doctors were able to remove the patient's tooth via invasive intranasal surgery, sans any postoperative complications, per the report. And at a follow-up 3 months after the surgery, the patient's symptoms of nasal obstruction had resolved, and he was okay.
You have a deviated septum, don't you?
I do,
I do as well.
And it causes problems, apparently, so, yeah.
I can't brush my nose teeth.
Oh, my God. Listen, you can't, I understand maybe not being able to floss, but not even brush?
No, it sucks.
Sorry to hear that. All right, in North Carolina, Anthony Spivey, the former Chadbourn police chief, who was the subject of a missing person search along the Lumber River this week, was arrested. This is a pretty complicated story. So according to Sheriff Jody Green, Spivey was located at his aunt's residence, an apartment complex he was trying to hide. He was in a creek behind the apartment when authorities spotted him. He ran from authorities and was taken into custody. His aunt, Brenda Rowley, disputes claims that she was harboring a fugitive. She said she didn't know her nephew had missed a court appearance earlier in the week. She had said that he had called her Sunday night saying he was having marriage problems and considering suicide. She told him not to kill himself and had him come stay. He had 40 outstanding warrants for failure to appear.
Outstanding.
Yeah, for a total bond of $1 million. And he's facing dozens of criminal charges after being arrested in 2021, accused of repeatedly raiding the police department's evidence room and stealing a variety of narcotics, thousands of dollars in cash, and firearms.
So he was an officer?
He was a sheriff. Dude. Yeah. And so in August, Spivey managed to post a $500,000 bond to get out of jail while awaiting trial on those charges. They feel that the bondsman, he was related to him and maybe helped him get out. So after bonding, he was arrested again, charged with stealing catalytic converters at an auto repair shop. The shop had hired him as a mechanic following his termination from the police force. He missed a court appearance earlier this month, telling court through his attorney that he didn't attend because he had COVID. That was a lie. And his attorney informed him that he was missing and may have taken his own life. So listen to this. Wildlife officers found an abandoned boat located on the Lumber River. They were told that he was last seen driving a truck found a location and that the boat belonged to him. Family members described the incident as a possible suicide. They had found handwritten letters at the scene.
Was that his intent, to make it look like he'd committed suicide?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And a lab found a 22 still in it. They concluded that the evidence collected did not support a suicide scenario, though. He was still missing, and so dive crews looked for him in the river. They couldn't find him in the wooded areas. They did sonar screening, aerial coverage, canine sniffing, all this stuff. Apparently they collected video, and it became more apparent that the scene on the river was staged. And they got a tip that he was hiding at his aunt's residence, And
What, did a duck rat him out?
A failure to appear order for his arrest, and they ended up finding him. They found him out hiding in the river. So
let me ask you a quick question on the catalytic converter thing, and maybe I misunderstood this. Are they as part of that? They're turning some of the substance of a catalytic converter into a drug?
Oh, I don't know about that. I think there's platinum. There's precious metals.
There's precious metals in it, but somebody told me that there's something
there was
that they can actually
sniff. There was a story. I think it was out of a different country. It might have been in Central America somewhere where they were starting to do it, but it is like you're going to die if you do the drug that is made from the catalytic convertibles. And I forgot. I keep saying converters. So I remember seeing something about that, Steve, but I don't know with how much certainty that is really being done or not, or if it was done in...
Imagine snorting catalytic converters.
Here you go, in the Congo.
Okay.
Nick found this.
Where all the great snorting comes from.
I mean, I'm not an advocate for this, but just do some cocaine for crying out loud.
It's obtained from crushing the ceramic honeycomb core of the converter.
Can you believe... When does that first occur to... It would have to occur to someone on coke.
Dude, there was a guy that we knew growing up that would huff Freon. Freon, your air conditioning stuff.
Okay.
Okay, dude.
I mean, stamp collecting's fun.
Right. Some people will go to great lengths to get some kind of buzz, man. All right, and there you go. That's what I got in the beef file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. Let me give away the last, I believe it's the last, of our $25 gift cards from Rita's Water Ice. This is always a great sign. This means warm days are on the way.
Yes.
So Rita's is now open, and we'll take caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. And we will set you up with a $25 gift card. Don't forget they're serving up ice, custard, gelatis, blendinis, concretes, milkshakes, all the good stuff. And you can download their app, by the way, for cool rewards and head to your local Rita's to enjoy. So caller number 12, you get the $25 gift card. We'll come back in a second. Question about today's show with a prize associated with it. We'll get trash and music news as well. Stay with us. Medical negligence. In India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to light...
Thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First I created my pillow. Now my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head. Patients,
there was nothing around like a
shirt you could wad up or something.
A shirt?
Okay, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're... go ahead.
Only one camp out for Kahunga shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, impressive. Perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
No. He's been Villanova's William J. Finneran endowed head coach.
Oh, you skipped a few words.
I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that.
Yes.
I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make it different.
You are officially out of your mind.
It's William Finneran, not well.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that.
Endowed.
You know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that before.
You can teach typing, and that's fine, but I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. Like
the hunt and peck thing.
Yeah.
I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a hunt and peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and
I've
that's
seen
what
people
works for him.
that just use the two index fingers and fly.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard.
This?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Tons. This is an old.
Oh my God.
Gross.
It's a Microsoft keyboard here.
It's going to be bad.
Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell
You little slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
That's disgusting.
Oh, burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God.
That's great.
I don't want to hit any of the keys here.
Marissa ran away from the microphone.
So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
I'm sorry?
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
So it was a
right to what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe one notch closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
I
said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. That's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not.
I bet you it's like Adrian or something, and
it's a typo.
Yeah,
and they misspelled it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we hate.
That we hate?
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit.
But it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, "This is outrageous.
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even swonderful."
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 to 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how
Wait, for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during their relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion. Yeah. My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap. And before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
It's exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of.
Speaking of boner dreams,
okay.
Have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never.
A nocturnal emission?
No, yeah, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like teenagers.
It happens to some people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, it's the docking is about to happen. And
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to dock together?
Not
okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean, that's what docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar. No. Yeah,
You were about
not
to
docking.
have-
You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
Gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those.
It's going to be best
Absolutely
date
none
of the
those
week
things at all.
We cool off after that, and then by the time we get to Saturday, we'll be back up in the low 50s. In the meantime, before all that, we have a lesson question and a prize giveaway. A chance for you to see Waitresses at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. Waitresses is a show. It's a musical.
Yeah, just Waitress.
Oh, I'm sorry, Waitress.
Yes.
All right, no Waitresses.
It's a very popular musical.
Very popular musical. All right, so the question we're going to go with is, how about this one? Where did Steve and his wife go on their honeymoon? 215-263 WMMR. Not really. I don't know if you've ever mentioned where you've been on your honeymoon.
No,
but
well,
today you
I
did.
have, but the original time I was lying, and this was the reality.
All right. No, this isn't. This is a lie.
That's
This
right.
one's a lie.
Yeah.
215-263 WMMR is the number. So call right now if you know the answer. Where did Steve and his wife go to their honeymoon? Go on their honeymoon. We'll do the trash while you call with that answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get the stories. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Katy Perry revealing in a new promo video for American Idol that her husband Orlando Bloom and her co-judge Luke Bryan have developed a full-on bromance. In fact, Perry says the two now spend hours together talking cars and bringing each other to orgasm.
Hey! That's fun.
Former One Direction member Louis Tomlinson stopping a concert in Minneapolis to direct assistance to a woman in the audience who had fallen ill. Apparently, the woman started to seizure when she realized this was as good as the concert was going to get.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Mama June Shannon's ex, Gino Doak, says he tried to overdose on pills by taking 20 blood pressure pills. Doak survived the incident, though, because he thought 20 was just another way to say 2. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
right, thank you, Steve. We will see if indeed someone knows the answer to the question, and we want to find out where Steve and his wife went on their honeymoon. 215-263-WMMR is the number. It was a quick little blurb that was thrown out there. Let's see if we can get an answer. I'm going to go to Haley. Hi there, Haley.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Haley, do me a favor and tell us. Wait, what did you say, by the way?
She said, how are you?
Oh, she said, how are you? Yeah. I thought she said, I love you. And I'm like, and I didn't even respond to that.
But Kathy said that.
Oh, I love you too, Kathy.
I never said that.
All right, so
What? I don't
you're
love
a
you.
hard woman.
What? I don't love you guys.
Haley, what is the location Steve went to on his honeymoon?
Diesel Bay.
Diesel Bay. Hang on, Haley. You got it right, and we're going to give you a pair.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. We're going to begin with this one. Eddie Vedder, and it's interesting you played that sound effect there, Steve, tested positive for COVID, he said that he didn't have an easy go of it. Vedder said that he told the crowd at his solo show on Friday night in Los Angeles that it was pretty serious. He said, I literally saw my life flash in front of my eyes. A fan captured a video of Vedder saying, I got the COVID right before we were supposed to start practicing, probably 5-6 weeks ago, and literally saw my life flash in front of my eyes. I wasn't quite sure, but I've done some very good things for my body, and I've also had a lot of fun, and I've done some things that could be some kind of abuse. I mean, nothing really clinical. I won't get into the details. Just use your imagination.
Okay. So he could have been a little better, but he did okay.
Yeah, I guess so. But he added, but it was pretty serious. He said it felt pretty serious. And to get through that and then be back in a room like this, facing this many people, facing this way, and listening to us play music for you is really, truly, it's been a gift and an honor. Thanks for listening. We're so grateful. It's safe to assume that Eddie is vaccinated. He had been an active proponent of vaccines, even performing at Global Citizens live stream Vax Live event in May of last year. At the time, he encouraged world leaders to share the vaccine with all countries that needed it.
The only good part was that my wife would bring me Jell-O with a little happy face in it.
And so he's done with this solo tour now, Nick? Okay.
Yeah, so hopefully that means Pearl Jam tour to follow.
Okay.
Well, I would say it was a success.
Oh, yeah.
He was basically the litmus test.
It's a great record, by the way. The lead single is called, or the lead track is called Invincible. I was listening to it a lot over the weekend. But the Elton John song on there is really good. I really have enjoyed this new solo record.
I was listening to a little solo Eddie. Yesterday, I'm watching the movie as I'm exercising. I'm watching the movie Into the Wild.
Oh, yeah.
And Hard Sun is a great song.
It is.
Amazing.
Great song.
Yeah, he did that song a few times on this tour as well. He didn't do it at the show that Pierre and I went to at the Beacon, but that's an awesome song as well. Although it's not an Eddie Vedder song. That's a cover. It's a band called, I think, Indio.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't either and until a while back. But there was a court dispute about that song, and eventually they settled out of court.
Oh.
But yeah, he didn't.
You're
like
out of order.
This whole
You're representing yourself, sir?
So court is out of order. Yes, I am.
Okay.
But that soundtrack's a good soundtrack.
Right. Ukrainians holding off Russia's invasion of their country are reportedly using Twisted Sister's 1984 anthem, We're Not Gonna Take It, as a rallying cry, and Dee Snider couldn't be prouder. Snyder has, over the years, been quick to call out people that he feels misinterpret or misappropriate his music, especially when it comes to political causes. He clarified via Twitter on Saturday that Ukrainians defending their country's independence are welcome to use any of his songs. He said, I absolutely approve of Ukrainians using We're Not Gonna Take It as their battle cry. He wrote, my grandfather was Ukrainian before it was swallowed up by the USSR after World War II. This can't happen to these people again. Snyder followed up the tweet by engaging many other Twitter users on the war issue and answering questions about other causes where he has disapproved of his music being used. Some users brought up how Snyder decreed the use of his song when it was adopted recently by the anti-mask, anti-vaccine movement in America. And he answered by saying, well, one uses it for a righteous battle against oppression. The other is an infantile feet stomping against an inconvenience. After weeks of reporting that Russia was mobilizing troops along the Ukrainian border, of course, Vladimir Putin ordered an attack. And so now, as they're fighting back, they are using "We're not going to take it" as their battle cry. Universal Music Publishing Group has acquired Neil Diamond's entire song catalog, as well as the rights to all recordings from his career. Figured I'd throw that in there. We talk about Neil Diamond from time to time. The deal covers songs, masters, and videos, and includes 110 unreleased tracks and an unreleased album, and it will also cover any future music that Diamond may record.
What's the dollar value?
You know what? That's what I couldn't find.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I couldn't find. I'm not sure. We've heard, $400 million for Bruce and Bob Dylan.
I gotta think he's
stuff in that range. And dude, he had just a huge run of hit
huge
records.
catalog. Yeah.
So the move reunites Diamond's early recordings and post-1972 output with his tracks from the late 1960s and early 1970s, which were recorded under UMG's MCA records and includes Sweet Caroline, Holly Holly, Cracklin' Rosie, Song Sung Blue, and many, many others. Diamond, who was inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2011, has seen over 70 of his songs hit the Billboard charts and counts Grammys, Golden Globes, and Kennedy Center honor among his many professional achievements. But he's selling it. He's passing it all along. So
did you say what Sting's went for? He sold his catalog for
that one? I didn't see either.
$250 million.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah. So you got to think that Neil Diamond's is comparable, right?
If not more.
Yeah. More, I got to believe.
I mean, he's written for so many other artists as well.
Yeah.
He did the E.T. song "Turn On Your Heart Light."
That's right.
Biggest hit, probably.
Really good. Turn on your heart light.
And I guess at a certain point in a musician's career, that they stand to make the most from it by just selling it outright.
Yes.
The
breakdown also of how some songs that have been out there for a while, the residuals that come from them after a while, if they've been out for decades, it's not especially lucrative, but you sell the whole thing as a big package. Yeah, why not?
Yep. All right, and one last thing, and it's music news related. I have some movie passes to see Studio 666 and to qualify you for a Foo Fighters signed movie poster that we are giving away as well. The movie is out now. Foo Fighters face their demons, making a killer record in a mansion with supernatural forces threatening the studio and their lives. So we'll take callers 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Good numbers.
Give you those prizes. That prize, 215-263 WMMR. You can visit studio666movie.com to buy tickets, but we'll give them to you for free. We're going to take a break, come back in a second, wrap up the show. Stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. And it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars Season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason was for the split?
Yeah, I haven't read it, so I can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share two children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares.
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares 2 children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Neria and Syria.
But Neria, Neriah. Well, listen,
This is Africa.
11, so
I think it's Neriah, maybe.
Neriah.
Okay,
and
yeah, you're right.
Soraya.
Psoriasis and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh,
Diarrhea and psoriasis.
This is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
This is our son Priapism.
She was married to, and her sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where.
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
moved on to somebody
squirts.
Else. When you said this initially, that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
for a while.
Yeah.
And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
Just mild incontinence.
Well, she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. It's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that.
Leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time. I felt bad for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Which are, by the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
For like a,
I didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere in there. Not like full on diapers. I could be crapping myself.
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome. Kathy, you would love them.
I can't believe we're talking about
they have this huge 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love
And then I go around with this huge pacifier. No. Think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great. But
we wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah. That was my my big break in radio as I wore diapers to live broadcast.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker.
There you go.
You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head. I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? Like a cone
Put
head.
your back scratcher in there.
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I'm going to try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right, come on, jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got it.
Oh, man.
No?
God, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm going to try and help you.
Albino Johnny
man.
Bravo. I got a diaper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry. Casey's got the right idea.
Casey's got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
This is not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great, actually.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the front?
What's in the front? What do you mean what's in the front?
Well, there's a little like...
It's business in the front and then the party's in the
Diaper
back.
in the back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent.
So Nick,
where you pee and poop.
what I was wearing was...
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
Okay.
What I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow.
Brooke Burke's peas or pants.
What's that?
That's how we started talking about.
No, yeah. So
pants.
Brooke Park peas or pants. Yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right, let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single, Rats, has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know. The 26-second excerpt comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
The Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Was it though?
No.
Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash dash dash.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about Rats when he said, when I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with Rats.
What's that? That's Rocky
doing the Rocky.
Exactly. Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
With the Flyers for a couple seasons back in the teens. And
now with Angry Birds.
Now he's at Angry Birds. Actually doing some work with Angry Birds. It's pretty wild. He's a fashion designer and super nice guy. It was cool to have him on. He's banging the drum tonight at the Flyers game, which is a new tradition they've started. I wasn't aware of this. You know, they you ring the bell at the Sixers game, and so they're going to have someone special come out and bang the drum to get the audience fired up.
I'm into stuff like that.
Yeah, that's cool. Absolutely. So Billy was on. It was good to have him on. And by the way, his fashion line is called Billy Bano, like Billy Leno. Why do I keep?
Where is that freaking sound coming from?
It's my laptop.
Where's that sound coming from? There's nothing on here.
I love that full freak out.
What
that
the
I have.
is it? The is that?
I was so mad.
Where's that sound coming from?
All right,
What the?
that's the
nothing
first
on
one.
here.
What the? I also want to thank the director of the Philadelphia Auto Show, Mike Gemp, for being on the show. It is back, and March 5th through the 13th, so this week it will be running Wednesday through Sunday, Pennsylvania Convention Center. And whatever you're looking for, man, they've got it. You can go to PhillyAutoShow.com to get tickets. And our buddy Don Jameson was on as well. Don's in the area comedy show at Sweeney's Philly Special Saloon. And it's next Thursday at 7:30. Get your tickets at cricketcomedy.com. Cricket spelled with a K. And thank you to Rita's Water Ice for dropping off the goodies. Today is Tuesday. That means we got free ink to give away to a lucky listener. Thank you for texting in. We are going to give a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing to Brian McCary, who is from Downingtown. Brian gets to sport a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. And if you want to check out some great tattoo work, take a look at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing there at 1729 South Street in Philly. And if you want to see the samples, go to floatingworldtattoos.com or their Instagram page. You can just search at Floating World Tattoos and you will be able to find them. So congratulations. Thank you, Brian. Can't wait to see the results on that. Pierre Robert is indeed here. Hey, man.
Well, hi, kids.
Nice to see you, sir.
McAdam.
McAdam.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's a great Irish greeting.
Oh, I did not know that. I thought it was someone's name.
It's
like Rachel McAdam.
It's actually just blacktop.
Yeah.
But I was reading a workforce block letter from someone, and he said, I install McAdam. And I thought it would be a great greeting.
McAdam.
McAdam.
What's the Samoan one we learned earlier from Jason Momoa?
Chihu.
Yeah. Chihu.
Yeah.
It's a good one, too.
So,
Do that, too.
Whatever works.
Yeah.
Is what I say. So macadam to one, macadam to all.
And a macadam to you, too.
Thank
sir.
you.
And Rachel McAdam.
Yes.
I feel macadamed.
Oh, so macadamed.
Oh, so macadamed as we approach the Irish season. Now, having said that, I think it's time for the letter.
What'd you say, Steve?
I'm going to sit down.
No, after that, I'm going to sit down.
I actually was thinking of sitting down after that. That's all I got.
All right, well, we can do the letter of the day. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
N is in necessary.
Oh, all right, necessary. And it is necessary that you have all the letters. We have 3 more to go. We're going to give away a $500 Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon gift card. And you can check out their Heavenly Soft Pack Float Treatment, luxurious Turkish bath experience, or even Botox at their med spa. And check out their salon where they specialize in hair extensions, just like Marissa had done there. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at Lowe's Hotel. And you can purchase online at josephanthony.com. By the way, what exactly is a Turkish bath? Does anybody know? I've heard the term throughout the years, and I've never really done any research on exactly
I know
what a Turkish bath is.
That Joseph Anthony, my wife loves the Turkish bath at Joseph Anthony, but I don't know exactly what it is.
Isn't it like a steam bath, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so it's a steam bath. All right, cool. Nice.
It came from Turkey.
Yes.
It did.
Yeah.
It's a type of steam bath or place of public bathing.
Right. Except,
associated
however, you hold a turkey in your lap.
Is it a hot tub?
Within the Islamic world, it says here. I don't know, Case.
No, it's steam. Like, I think it's more, I mean, at least what I'm looking at, and I don't know how they do it here, but it looks like they're laying on almost like a stone, like a circular stone flooring.
Okay.
So maybe it's heated.
I like it.
Yeah.
We probably should get one for the studio.
Yeah, you're right.
I like my stones heated.
I actually would prefer a coffee bar.
All right.
A coffee bar.
Yeah. I think it's more practical.
Yeah.
Or just a full bar.
Yeah, that would be
Well, a
good,
full
too.
bar would be nice also.
Yeah.
Pool tables would be nice, too.
That's true.
By the way, we have enough room now in our new cafeteria facility, which I don't know if it's fully up and running or functional. We could put a pool table in there.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right, you ready for tell us what's coming up on your show
I
today?
am.
All right.
And I'd like to tell you, I have tickets for that auto show you were talking with that fine gentleman about, which I also want to go to the Philly Auto Show. I want to check out all the electric cars.
Yeah.
And you can drive them
Yes, you
inside.
can,
There's no
inside.
pollution.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. And Tesla does have an excellent network. Because when you get low, it'll tell you you're low, and it'll tell you how to get to the next Tesla charging station.
And they're if you have the premium plan, it's gratis, is it not?
Yeah. I have the original car, so it doesn't cost anything. But it's a small fee, but it's not much. But it takes like 15 minutes to fully charge at the Tesla superchargers. I don't know how the other ones
That's
operate.
before you leave the sunroof open during a rainstorm.
Well, yes, and the windows open. Then you have some problems. And when you come out and the cup holders are filled with water like a mini swimming pool, and in a sign of the times, there's a little bottle of hand sanitizer floating like a pool toy in your cup
Your
holder.
car was so effed up, it now takes gasoline.
It does, yeah.
Have you driven off with the plug still in it yet?
You can't. It
You
won't.
can't?
It won't let you move.
The vehicle. won't move.
there
All
you go.
They built- It's called the Pierre Robert switch.
That alone.
Pierre proof.
Pierre proof.
Yeah. On the program, we'll have those auto show tickets. We've got Workforce Block of Pink Floyd. Today, Dark Side of the Moon was released in 1973. Wow. Roger Daltrey has a birthday. A block of The Who is on the way, and a block of The Struts.
Excellent.
And it's Tuesday.
That's a good day. All right. I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at the pharmacy there. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Adventure Aquarium. Explore magic underwater with mermaids.
This is pretty cool. I don't know if you
It
see
looks
the.
so cool.
Yeah, it looks really authentic.
AdventureAquarium.com, and also Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Tomorrow's program, we're fairly open. We got a Wednesday before, so that means we go live on Fox Good Day, and we have a secret text word, and we'll fill in the blanks and have a good time tomorrow. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, my friend. Bye-bye.